My audio has been so weird recently. It's definitely my mix amp because I think it's the software associated with my mix amp is just really bad. I've been seeing a lot of people with them have the same issues, so that's been the issue that I've been seeing. So if I still experience issues today, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get a whole new one. I think that's the best move is getting a whole new mix amp, just from a completely different company because the one I got like a while back randomly at the store doesn't really work so great. We're gonna get some debates up here in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. That'll be putting up on the TikTok screen here in a second. We are live. Alrighty, let's let the Instagram know. Let's get everyone joining in. We're gonna start getting some debates up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. That'll be listed here on the TikTok screen here very, very soon. It is April 1st, everyone. What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? We're gonna start getting some debates up here very soon. What's up, Tyler? What's up, Talman? How you doing? What's up, Christine? What's up, Grayson? What's up, Marcia? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining in? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? What's up, Amina? What's up, Pablo? How you doing? What's up, Tyson? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're going to start getting some debates up here right now. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's up, Jess? What's up, Big Honey? How you doing? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining in? Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We're going to wait a minute to get some people up here. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a quick second. You just got to give it a quick minute for people to join. I'm actually going to go onto my second account, and we're going to go repost the stream from my second account. I'll push it out to more people. Let's go over to that second account real quick. Give us a quick minute, everyone. What's up, Marshall? Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. How you doing? How you doing? What's up, Mr. On the Move? How you doing? How you doing? We're going to get some debates up here. Do give it a quick second. Let me repost myself right there. Alrighty, we are reposted. We just started the live, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's Paladin? You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
Do you recognize my profile picture?
What the fuck is wrong with you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
You have a bunch of echo. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, you bitch.
Okay, let's go on the next individual. Do just give us a quick second. Everyone's going to take a minute to get some people up here. Do give us a quick minute, everyone.
Why are you gay?
Yo, what's up? Okay, let's go to the next individual. I feel like we're going to get a lot of trolls today because it's April 1st. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. I'm just going to make sure to block everyone that doesn't meet that criteria. So just letting everyone know, if you do send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria, you will get blocked. Just letting you know. Just trying to let you know before you do it. If you intentionally send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria, you will get blocked. Just letting you know. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you do not meet that criteria, you will get blocked. Alrighty. Let's get the first person up here for today. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you do not meet that criteria, intentionally send a guest request, you will get blocked. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Again, if you do not meet that criteria, you will get blocked, everyone. if you intentionally send a guest request. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello. 26.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
99.
In what month?
October. Why is that?
Okay. Alrighty. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because, as of right now, the war and everything is super bad. I get it. But it's needed. So, as of why would I vote for Trump? Kamala, when she went out and said that she wouldn't change anything on Biden government and just keep it going the way it was, she lost many votes by that. So
Okay.
Trump's making changes, helping like the economy grow.
Mm-hmm. So what has he done to benefit the economy?
Not looking good, but yeah, it's a war. What do you want?
Okay. Every metric of the economy is worse off since Trump got in office that you could point to. Every major aspect of the economy.
Because of the war?
Yeah. Can you tell me a single aspect of the economy that's better off?
As of right now?
Yeah.
Not much, because we're currently on a war.
So just letting you know, there's absolutely nothing. Inflation's worse off. Real GDP growth is worse off. Real median wage growth is worse off. Unemployment's worse off. Thank you for the dancing. Thank you very much. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. So practically every metric of the economy is worse off. So how is Trump making the economy better off? I think he's making the economy worse off.
He's kind of fixing the world right now. I'm also a Venezuelan. So, yes, a lot of my support for Trump is around that.
Okay. How did he benefit the Venezuelan people?
The Venezuelan people, he removed the dictator Maduro, and he's helping currently transitioning the government.
Didn't he keep the same regime in office? How did that materially benefit the people?
They're working to transition with that the remnants of the regime.
Okay, and that's still the regime, right? So what material benefits have come for the Venezuelan people?
As of right now, currently they're investing in the systems, like electrical and water systems that were broken down by communism.
Could we have done that without everything that we did?
No, impossible.
No, there's no possibility to have diplomatic and infrastructure-based negotiation?
Yeah, if you want to ask the Democrats, they tried to negotiate with the dictatorship and didn't work out.
I'm not sure if they did try to negotiate.
Yeah, they did.
Right, very, very much. And
they did a lot of negotiations. They were saying about free elections and you guys leave power in a few years, and they didn't comply with any of that. So, yeah. Venezuelan people are way better off right now. That's the country's progressing towards a different goal other than communism. So yeah, it's a big win for Venezuelans and also Americans. As soon as the petroleum economy goes up in there, you're gonna have cheap gas here.
Well, it's because you have to refine the oil with the very heavy refineries. That's one thing to take into consideration. Secondly,
you have that
also
in Texas.
Gas prices are very high right now. So that's likely not going to happen. Just going to let you know, if it would have already happened due to the massive price increases that we've seen historically speaking. It would have happened in those circumstances.
Right now the
reason why it's so, again,
it's because of the war, right?
Let me just wrap this all in, okay?
It's because of the war. The price of the petrol is not a new thing. It happened during Biden. It happened during many governments. And also, you have a lot of refineries in Texas, literally because of Venezuelan oil was going there all the time in the 2000s and 1990s. You have the refineries. We also have refineries in Venezuela. So that's not an excuse. We just need to pump it up, invest. And Iran was needed. Those guys were developing nuclear weapons. You don't want Iran having nuclear weapons, do you?
Okay. So they were willing to give up their enriched uranium. They already had an agreement with the U.S. through the GCPOA, where there was negotiation specifically for surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. 6 or 8 months ago, we had a strike on their nuclear enrichment facilities. They haven't been producing them since, according to U.S. intelligence. So there was no imminent threat of Iran attacking the United States. We started this war out of a war of aggression, right? I think that's bad. I think that's what led to worse off conditions. That's Trump led to worse off conditions. You say, well, the gas prices, inflation's worse off because of the war. Well, that's because of Trump starting the war. So why don't you blame Trump at all for that?
Are you aware of the around 30 to 40,000 like protesters being killed in Iran and women having literally no rights? I mean, the
Do you
whole
think that
regime is
Trump should have
horrible.
pulled out of Afghanistan?
Pulled out of Afghanistan. I don't know much about that topic, but
So the Taliban took over after Trump set up the agreement for the U.S. to pull out. Inevitably, they pulled out under Biden's administration because of Trump
horribly.
setting up the agreement to pull out. So under your view, that would have been bad, right? Because the
Pulling out
Taliban
of
took over.
Afghanistan?
What's that?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a good thing, but having forever wars, you don't want that also.
Now we don't want forever wars. So why don't we say the same thing with Iran?
Because that's not a forever war.
It is. It quite
been
literally is.
only
What's
like,
the
what,
relevant
3 weeks?
distinction?
A month, maybe?
What's the relevant distinction?
Years.
Years? Okay, so how are we going to establish a new regime if we don't have years of presence?
So you want Iran to extend more than a year?
I don't like the IRGC. I heavily disagree with
Nobody
it. But
wants
what
that.
you're not understanding is that the US military intervention has led to worse off conditions, not better.
On the other cases, right?
What's that?
On the other like countries they invaded? You mean?
What countries who invaded?
The US, like you mean the other examples like Iraq and
Yeah, I'm saying US military intervention has led to worse off conditions. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, Middle East is difficult, and this war is different. It's not just U.S. versus Iran. It's the whole Middle East against Iran.
Okay. So you understand that this is true that the U.S. started this war, though. And the U.S. is involving itself mostly, and the Pentagon is considering putting troops on the ground. They've already
I'm
sent
aware of
Marines
that.
out there. They're considering putting troops on the ground. What do you think about that?
I mean, if it's needed, they should do it.
Okay, so what happened to saying that you're against these forever wars?
And that makes it shorter, maybe.
I don't think it does. Putting boots on the ground definitely does not make it shorter. Think of the galaxy. Thank you very much.
I mean, you can see the whole Middle East agreeing on Iran being a problem, don't you?
Iran is absolutely a threat, but not an imminent threat.
To the Middle East?
What's that?
To the Middle East, you mean?
Or are you saying? I'm saying to the U.S.
To the U.S. Yeah, it's not an immediate threat to the U.S., but I mean, they control the stretch of Hormuz and they fund many like terrorists all around the Middle East, even political parties, leftist. They fund it, so they need to be stopped. Also, they killing their own people. I mean,
Okay, so do you think
everywhere you look at Iran,
do you think the Iraq war was
they need
justified?
change. What's that?
Do you think the Iraq war is justified?
The Iraq one?
Yeah, the
No,
Iraq war.
that was a mistake. Yeah.
Saddam Hussein killed more people.
Mm-hmm.
So based upon the justification that you just provided for us to go to war with Iran, we would also have gone to war in Iraq as well, based upon that same justification.
Right, but they weren't developing nuclear weapons or funding the whole terrorists
Didn't they
on the
claim
world.
this is just the new weapons of mass destruction scare?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can make a big point on that.
Isn't it crazy that every weapons of mass destruction scare is built on a lie? At some point, like genuinely, at some point, it's gonna be the boy who cried wolf, right?
Mm,
Where they keep crying wolf even though the wolf's not there. And inevitably
right?
speaking, when they do cry wolf and the wolf is there, no one believes them anymore.
Yeah, it's a good point.
So, like, I guess the point I'm making is that we shouldn't be believing this. We should use reason so that if something like that does happen in the future, that we do something based upon reason. Someone is going to get weapons of mass destruction and actually is going to use that, right? Obviously, we're going to have to treat that for what it is in this scenario.
Yeah, but I don't think we should like let the possibility of somebody having nuclear weapon like.
Okay, but like they are willing to give up their enriched uranium. We already had negotiations with them through the JCPOA where they did that.
You should
Obama had the
negotiate
deal.
with
Trump pulled us
dictatorship.
out
Like,
of that very deal.
you know, negotiating with dictatorship doesn't work at all.
Okay, so didn't you just say that the U.S. can negotiate with the leader in Venezuela right now, even though they're just the same regime and have the same power?
No, because
So
they know
so
if
if
they
we
don't
can't
cooperate, they
so
get
listen,
kidnapped
if we
again.
can't negotiate with them, then explain to me how we're going to
It's not the
materially
same
if
negotiation.
we can't negotiate with them, explain to me how we're going to materially benefit the Venezuelan people.
We can't. We currently are negotiating with the
Oh,
Venezuelans,
wait, so
but under
didn't you
the
say the
threat
Maduro
of
did you say
being
the Maduro
kidnapped.
regime was a dictatorship?
Yeah,
Okay, so is the Maduro regime still in office?
the remnants of them are working
The
with
vice
the
president
U.S.
just stepped up, so it's still the Maduro regime in office. That's a dictatorship. So Trump is negotiating with a dictatorship, and you're saying it's effective?
under the premise of if you don't do what we say, we get you kidnapped. Also, as we did with the last guy. I mean, that's a big threat and a peaceful one at that. If you want to introduce the people
But
of
you are
Venezuela.
still saying negotiations are somehow going to still be productive and positive, correct?
I mean, if you take the leader from his house at middle of the night and say to the other guys, "Do as I say," of course they're gonna work.
But you still claim that the negotiation between you and them is going to lead to better outcomes for the people. So what you're acknowledging is that negotiation still works.
On that case, particular case, yeah,
Okay,
of
so
course.
then explain to me how negotiation wouldn't work in the
On
circumstances
the
that we were prior referencing
on the Iran regard,
with Iran in terms of nuclear weapons, because we already had one with Obama.
yeah.
Trump pulled us out of that.
If you wanna remember Israel trying to get nuclear weapons and some treaties being made on scientists going to check that out, that didn't work. So it wasn't going to work
It
on
was working
Iran.
with
They had
Iran.
the nuclear facilities underground.
Trump signed off on the fact that it worked.
On the fact that what worked?
On the fact that the Iran was upholding the surveillance of the nuclear enrichment facilities.
So if that was the case, we wouldn't have the war. So that doesn't add up. So you're saying Trump agreed that they didn't have any nuclear weapons?
Under his first term.
Yeah, but
that they
that's
were not
another
producing
time.
that under the JCPOA. But you want to know what's crazy? Trump pulled us out of that agreement.
Yeah, because they weren't doing the agreement.
They were. And Trump
Oh, you
signed off
know
on
that.
it.
Were you
Trump
there on the
literally signed
underground?
off on it. Actually, the reason why Trump said that he pulled out of the agreement isn't because they weren't upholding the agreement, but because he thinks it allowed them to fund terrorism around the world.
I mean,
Which, by the way, it was just removing the sanctions that they placed upon them, so it's not giving them any money that the U.S. has themselves.
so did Trump remove the sanctions?
No, that was Obama specifically to get the negotiation.
Uh-huh.
And then
And also Biden
Trump,
removed some sanctions.
I'm not sure if Biden did. I don't quite remember. I'd have to check back. But in terms of specifically like the Obama deal, that's what led to them accepting the JCPOA. They accepted it.
I don't think that worked out. That's why he pulled out of it.
So you're just gonna like change your thoughts on this all the time. So you say, "Oh, I don't think it worked out. What made it not work out?"
Have a good day, man.
What? Hello? Did they just leave? Okay. Hello. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person, I guess. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, buddy. I'm 40 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
What's your birth year?
1985. 85.
Okay. If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
I just like him as an individual. I mean, I feel like he'd be the type of guy that would grab your mom by the pussy, you know? So that's...
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Blinker checkpoint.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Just letting you know, if you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen intentionally, you will get banned, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty, do give it a quick second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 52 years old.
Do you support Trump?
100%
Okay, if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
First of all, because he's American and he's doing the best for the American people, not for the rest of the world.
Okay. You said doing the best for the American people and not for the world, or okay. So what is he doing that's best for the American people?
About the world, Iran, Iraq, China. Everything that he's doing is gonna boost the economy. Anyway,
how?
He just wait and see. What you guys
every metric of the
is that every time there's an economic recession, we have to sell weapons to the world. That's our main economy.
Sir, every single metric of the economy is worse off since Trump got in office.
It was not because of Trump. It was going to get like that anyway.
He started a war with Iran, which has made gas prices go up, which has made inflation go up. According to OECD, the forecast are 4.2% inflation for the U.S., which is 1.2% more than what it was at the end of Biden's administration. We saw a worse real GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We saw worse real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We saw the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw lower real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration.
Yeah, and you were going to get that anyway with any president. We were going to get that. So that's any president. Why? Because this decrease of the economy, okay, it was imminent. And we needed that. But what he's doing right now, okay, he's protecting America, he's protecting America's right, he's protecting against immigration, and he's selling weapons to the rest of the world. Who do you think produces weapons? The U.S. We produce weapons. We sell weapons to everyone. Every time there has been a economic crisis, we always have a war. You know, like World War II.
Okay, so you're just saying war is for the economy. No.
For us.
No, so it's for money. The defense contractors and for the oil NRA, companies. It's not for the economy as a whole. It's for those companies.
That's what the NRA supports Trump 100%.
The NRA?
You know, their business is weapons. You know, everything is like... There are only two people actually that produce weapons and sell weapons around the world, which is the U.S. and Russia. Korea and China, they don't even sell weapons. They have
other countries definitely produce and sell weapons.
Yeah, for themselves, not to sell.
They do sell to other countries. You're just wrong.
Iran and Israel sell weapons, but not to the
Okay,
to
so
create a war to enhance their economy.
let me just
That's the first.
let me just ask you: do
Okay,
you think
can you tell me
war
what
is
is the first way
necessary for the economy to do good?
on crisis? Yes, it is, and it has been according to history.
Okay, can you give me a single
Not
source that
according to me.
says?
Uh, that's a fact.
Can
Okay,
you get?
now
Can you
why
give me a
else do I
single
support
source?
Trump?
Can you give me a single
Okay,
source that says that we
when
require?
I am a U.S. citizen when I
Okay,
arrived to the States.
okay.
Okay, when I arrived to the States, I'm Mexican actually. I'm Mexican. When I arrived to the States, okay, I crossed as an illegal alien. As soon as I knew I turned 18, I came back to Mexico. Then I got my citizenship the right way. You know. Then all he wants to do is he wants to do things legally, not illegally. Okay. If you think that protecting Israel is bad for the United States, not for the world, for the United States. I'm not talking about the rest of the world. If
It
you
is
ask
bad
me,
for the United
if you ask
States.
me, if you ask me about the rest of the world, I don't think he's doing something good for the world. But I shouldn't care about the world. I should care about the people in the United
Yeah, but
States.
it's worse not only for the world but also for the U.S.
No, it's not.
It is. So how is it
Look and see.
beneficial? Because you just said that like a wartime economy is necessary for an economy to do good. What evidence do
Exactly.
you have that war is necessary for the economy to do well?
Just look at the statistics. Every time there's a recession, there's a war right after that. And then the United States does well economically. Just look at the statistics, okay? And that's just a war. Let's talk about other things like
Also,
immigration.
that would also be a
Okay,
correlation
when I
causation
arrived to
fallacy.
the United States in 1992,
That's also a
the U.S.
correlation. Wait, can I just
the
clarify this
yeah, go
response real
ahead.
quick? That's also a
Yes,
correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other, right? I don't think that every single time there's a recession that we rely upon there being war in order to get us out of that recession.
it's not only war, but that's our main source of income when it comes to massive growth.
I disagree,
Okay,
and I don't think
well,
any economic data substantiates that.
okay, and one second, please. Okay, and that's only war, and I think we would have to, you would have to do a little bit more research. I've been doing a lot of research when it comes to this topic, especially. Uh,
And what's
I
your
cannot
source?
tell you my background, but especially when it comes to this fact of selling weapons. Dile que
Okay.
estoy ahorita en una clase.
So
Okay,
so then
now
what would be your
another thing that
source?
Trump is doing. Huh?
So then what would be your source of information to say that we rely upon
Hmm?
defense spending or defense selling in terms of
Yeah,
our GDP
big time,
growth?
big time. When it on recession times. When it's very bad. Now I don't. He's also making money when it comes to big time contracts and all of that. We know that he's a businessman. Everybody has done that, not only him. Okay, but let's talk about other things. Why do I support Trump? In 1990, I arrived to the United States as an illegal immigrant. It was very hard for me to adapt, to learn the language. However, okay, 1990 was very different than now. It was great. 1990s was the greatest, I think, like era in the U.S. Okay, we were heroes around the world, and then all of a sudden it just went down and down and down until we got so. Uh, it was just as the world sees America now, we're a joke, and it wasn't because of Trump. Trust me, we were a joke.
Who made us a joke?
The world,
Who?
everyone. I don't know if you travel around. I've been to
Do you think it
Asia. I've
has
been
anything to do with George Bush?
to. I don't think it has to do anything with politicians. It
I
has
heavily
nothing to do with
disagree with you.
politicians.
I heavily
We
disagree with
blame
you.
everything on politicians. Politicians,
But it's true.
what they do, they have. Don't blame the economy on a politician.
Yeah, I
If you're
can. If
poor,
the
it's your
if the
fault.
politician
No, if
does
you're poor, it's
something,
your fault.
watch
I'm
this.
not poor. I'm
If
not
the
also rich.
yeah,
I'm not also rich.
if a
But I don't
politician
blame.
does something
I
that
don't blame the problems that I have in a politician or politics. Very simple. Okay. I have enough. I'm well off. Okay. I can live in any country I want now. Okay. And it's not because of the U.S. economy. Okay. It's because I became a U.S. citizen, but I have business in different parts of the world. But I don't care if it's Trump. I don't care if it's Bush. Okay, I don't care who it is. I, as an American, I want to feel protected around the world and in the U.S. Okay, and I don't want to be seen as a joke. And just to clarify, the policies that he's has made and done are for the good of the American people. And I was an American when I first arrived.
Okay, so
And
if a politician does something to cause the economy to be worse off, I'm going to blame that politician. I'm not just
no,
blaming the politician to blame the politician. I'm blaming the politician because I have reason to blame them.
when a politician does something to break the economy and you guys are worrying about going bankrupt and just having a recession, my job is to make twice as much as what he's going to damage the economy as a businessman. I don't worry about politicians. I worry about making money.
Okay, so if you don't worry about politicians, why are you on a live debating about what politician you like?
Because you're saying here, what do you support Trump?
Yeah, but like, just think about it this way. You were just scrolling on your For You page. You were literally just on...
It doesn't say why do you support politicians. It says why do you support
Trump is the president. That's a
Yes,
politician.
he's also a businessman, a person.
Yeah, so when I say why do you support Trump, we're obviously
It doesn't
talking
say
about
why
politics.
do you support the president of the United States.
It literally does. Donald Trump is the president of the United States.
Yeah, but he's also Trump. And as Trump, okay, people say that Trump hates Mexicans and all of that. Did you know that Trump has a lot of money invested
What are these
in
pivots?
Mexico?
Money invested in Mexico does not mean that he doesn't like that he likes Mexican people. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, probably we have a different view because you are seeing this on a different way, which means I hate everyone. You know, like Trump hates all Mexican. I'm against all people that are Trump supporters. A lot of Trump supporters like Mexicans. But what you're saying is that all the people are the same. I mean, that's not fair. It's like saying that all Mexicans like, Biden or, Obama.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Donald Trump is a bigot. That's what I'm saying. That's all I said.
No, he's not.
He absolutely is, and I can give
And
examples
I'm gonna tell
for
you
why.
why not.
Can I tell you why he is?
Of course.
Well, he posted a video depicting Michelle and Barack Obama as apes. He specifically didn't rent to black people in the 1970s, right? He called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States, to undermine Barack Obama from being able to be president of the United States. Right? He said that Kamala Harris turned black, indicating that he thinks that she wasn't black prior, which is obviously absurd. Those are all examples of Donald Trump engaging in racism, and he does so unapologetically, without acknowledging that it's wrong, without trying to advocate against that.
Trump right now has a position being a president. Okay? And he cannot do those things. I totally agree with that because he's the president of the United States. Okay? But Trump, as being Trump, he's a human being like me, like you. Right now, I can make jokes about black people, Mexican people. They're jokes. Why do you take it so seriously? I mean,
so those are fucked up. You just said that it's okay to make racist jokes. No, that's fucked up.
Black friends. Oh, come on. I mean, did you ever go to high school? Did
you having friends doesn't mean that
multicultural.
You having friends does not justify making racist jokes.
Well, you guys are going way too hard on everything. I think you guys you grew up in a different age. When I was growing up in 1991 and I was in high school, we all made jokes. We were fun. We were having fun.
That doesn't justify engaging in that behavior, though. So just because you grew up at a different time,
Chinese, black, okay, we were all friends.
Just because you grew up at a different time doesn't justify engaging in racism because you grew up with racism. That doesn't make any sense.
Now you call it racism.
Yeah, if you think it's okay to say bigoted things to people who are black because they're black, and you think that's funny, that's absolutely a racism.
Why do you take it so seriously? I mean,
because
if
it
they
is
call me like
serious.
Mexicon, or if they tell me that I'm illegal alien and I crossed the border
That's
illegally
horrible.
and then I jumped it, no, that's fine. I don't care. I know who I am. You guys are weak. You guys are like
This
little
isn't
kids
about
that
us being
cry
weak.
about
That's
something.
just about
Of course it is. Just
it's
take
not
it
weak to
easy.
say that
Take
you
it
shouldn't say
easy.
things that are disrespectful.
They're oh god,
Is it
you guys
weak?
are very
Wait,
very weak.
pause. Do you think it's weak to
Yeah.
say that you shouldn't be disrespectful?
What is respect?
No, can you answer my
And
question?
uh-huh. Can you rephrase the question, please?
Yeah, I'll just go back to it. Do you think it's weak to say that someone engaged in disrespectful behavior?
No, that's not weak.
That's all I was doing. That's not weak.
No, no, but it's weak to believe that making a joke is disrespectful.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I,
Not all jokes
I
are
grew
okay.
up. Listen, can I have 30 seconds? I grew up
Yes.
with gay people. I grew up with Mexico. I grew up in San Francisco. We're all a multicultural society, and we made jokes every single day. My friends were gay, lesbian, black, Latinos, all mixed. We call them freaking gay pussy eaters. We, God, come on.
The
We're
fuck did I
fucking.
just walk into?
It was
Yeah,
just
he's
freaking
justifying
fun.
engaging in racist jokes right now because he grew up in a society that said racist jokes
It's
were
a
okay.
joke. We're friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, racism isn't funny. I mean, I've said this a million times over and over. I give liberty to comedians. I give liberty to artists because I think restricting someone's art is antithetical to art. But when you talk about people who aren't just, actual artists or engaging in some form of artistry, when you talk about people like Donald Trump, he's just an open racist. That's all. And there's nothing funny about him being racist.
Okay, but you're talking about just one example, one thing.
No, he has a
Okay,
history of racism. Not only does
if you
he has a consistent and persistent history of racism.
if you ask me, and if they, I'm gonna just ask the question: is Trump racist? Yes.
Okay,
Simple.
but it's just so racism just isn't a deal breaker for you.
Wait, so
He's
now
racist.
wait,
Okay,
by the way,
but
he now acknowledges that.
how many
Wait,
Mexicans people, how many black people are racist against others? How many
wait,
Mexican people are
pause,
racist? Are racist
pause.
against even black people?
Pause.
You know,
Earlier
just
you were
because
not.
he's the president of the United States,
Okay, I'll
But
just.
Trump, yeah,
Okay,
I'll shut. Okay, I'll listen.
okay. So, yeah. Sorry, I was just trying to say that earlier
You
you
were
were
saying
not saying
earlier
that.
Oh, okay. You were saying earlier
Yeah,
so he was saying something different earlier.
yeah. He was arguing that it wasn't racism, right, and that Trump wasn't racist or bigoted, because I was arguing that Trump is bigoted, and he was saying that that's like a generalizing statement amongst all Trump supporters when I was just saying that Trump is bigoted, and he was saying he disagrees with it. But now you say
You
that
know what?
Trump is racist.
I
You just are willing to still support him even though he's racist.
I support Trump. We are all racist.
We're not. We're
Oh
not.
yes,
That's
we
not
are.
how it
Oh
works.
yes, we are.
It's
Oh
we're
yes,
not. We're not.
I've traveled
Listen,
around, and
listen,
people
listen, 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 listen.
people are racist
Let me just
against
stop
their
you
own
for a second.
beliefs.
Let me stop you for a second.
Yes.
Um, there's there's so many people that think that like any and everyone can be racist. That's not how it works. And I'm not just saying that because I'm black and I'm like, oh, black people can't be racist. Like if you understand the actual creation of race and racism, how the system actually presents itself, and you have to understand there's a difference between racism, xenophobia, bigotry, anti-blackness, all of these things. But to understand what the actual functionality of racism is, like, no, not everyone is racist, not everyone can be racist. But even more than that, you can't use the justification between hatred and the weaponization of harmful rhetoric to say, well, just because this person does it, then it's okay. Like, that's what you're boiling it down to. You're saying that just because someone else is a bad person, it's okay for Trump to be a bad person. And like, that's not the case.
Well, I'm talking about Trump. I have followed Trump since 1993. His career, his accomplishments, and not only that. Okay, not only do I, have I followed that, but also the fact that like what you're saying is right. He's racist. He has acted towards women like denigrating women. I
Yeah,
totally agree because I've seen that.
he's
I've seen
racist,
that.
sexist, classist, and he's a fascist. Like he's all of those things.
Okay, and aren't we all a little
No,
bit of that? You're telling
no.
me that you're telling me that we are all saints, that we don't have a little bit of racism, that we don't sometimes
No,
we thought
because I just
about
explained that's
something.
not how racism works. Yes, you can say people are bigoted. You can say people have xenophobia. You can say that even black people can be anti-black. Like it's understanding the difference between the words and like what you're using. But when you talk about like inherent biases, yes, people have inherent biases. Yes, absolutely. It's not about Donald Trump having an inherent bias and then him like actively trying to work against that. And like and people make fun of me because of how I say this because I say, "Oh, I'm sexist." But when I say that, it's because I say that I'm a man and I'm inherently sexist, right? Because I am not a woman, and so I can't naturally put myself into the position of a woman. So I have to actively work to deconstruct my misogyny, right? And so that's what I'm saying. So you can't just say that like, oh, we're all these things. Like if you're not actively fighting against those things, then yes, whatever. But Donald Trump is not only not actively fighting against being racist, he's perpetuating racism. He's actively trying to do more of the racism.
Okay, if he's racist and he's all of that, why didn't he marry a white girl? Why did he marry somebody that is from another race? The first role, a racist person will never engage into any type of
That's not how
communication
race
or
works,
sexual
Bubba.
activity with
What
any other
what race do you
race.
think? That's not true.
That is
That's
not
literally not
that's a
true.
ridiculous thing
So,
to say.
so I
Wait,
think
I'm
he's
sorry.
not.
I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
think he's a little bit
That is a
racist.
ridiculous. Hold up, pause.
But
That is a
I think
ridiculous thing to
he's
say.
more like against
I'm
the
just gonna
stupid.
mute you. Jeez, I'm just gonna mute you. That is such an unbelievably ridiculous thing to say. Just because someone is in a relationship with someone who is not white doesn't mean that they aren't bigoted or don't have biases targeted towards that particular individual. Right? That's obviously absurd. Right? Also, you just said if you are to engage in intercourse with someone, you understand that throughout the context of history, that people who were white, who literally owned people as slaves, raped them. Okay? And literally, you're making an argument that would say that they're not racist because they were willing to be around someone who's black or they were willing to engage in intercourse with someone who's black, which, by the way, was forceful against their will, forcing them. So let's just clarify. That's quite literally a ridiculous thing to say. Absurd.
Yep. Best example of that is Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson has a lineage of black people alive today where he not only had slaves, raped his slaves, and then the children born put them into slavery. So the proximity to blackness does not absolve you from racism. That's not how it works. Just because you're willing to have sex with someone does not mean that you aren't racist or doesn't mean that you're not a misogynist or sexist. Like that's not how it works. Again, like that notion is just wild. Also, it seems like you don't have an understanding of what race is. And you're muted. You can come off mute. Do you know what the 5 categories of race is?
No, I do not know. I just know I have a race.
What's
And
your
if I'm
race?
racist, and if
What's
I'm
your race?
racist, I was born Mayan,
So you're indigenous. Okay. All right.
indigenous. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where you would fall in the classification as far as an indigenous person. A lot of people don't understand the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. And so
Now,
when
what
you
you're
talk about
saying is
Melania,
what our
Melania is white.
ancestors, as Mayan ancestors, what they did, it was wrong to kill other people, to rape other people. Their times were different, and
I'm
we
not
just we have to
understanding. I'm
understand
not
the
understanding what that
context.
has to do with you
We,
saying that Donald Trump
what I'm
married a
saying is that
different
we have to
race.
understand the just pretty much what surrounds the situation. Okay, those times needed those types of behaviors.
What? No, 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 no. No, do not justify
Oh,
this
so you
behavior. No, 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 no.
no.
No, no,
So
no,
the
no.
behavior,
Don't,
okay,
no, no,
the
no. Wait, wait, wait,
behaviors.
wait. Wait, hold up. Do you think the Holocaust was needed?
What the Holocaust was needed? No.
Okay, so the argument you're making is essentially saying things that have happened in the past that are bad, right, needed to happen, right? And that's the way that they had to act. No. that is actually like a justification that you were trying to provide for the behavior. And what I'm saying is you can just condemn the behavior. You can just say that it's wrong and leave it at that. You don't need
And I'm
to
saying it's
provide
wrong
justification. You don't
because
need
it
to
feels
justify.
wrong. Simple. It feels wrong. You know, sometimes you don't have to go into books. You don't have to go into. You just have to go into your soul. You know, killing other human beings and doing that is wrong.
Okay.
It's wrong. But the question here is, why do I support Trump? And my answer was because he's doing what it takes for the American people.
Okay. Can you name a
Not what is
policy of
good,
Trump's that you like?
not what is wrong, not what is the best. Because I also answer that.
Wait, we hear you
If I were
pontificating,
looking
but
this, if I
can you
were
answer
looking
what
at
Parker
this
just said?
as an
Hey, hey,
international
hey, hey,
citizen, yes,
hey, hey,
yes, yes, yes.
hey. Can you answer
You
what Parker
repeated,
just said? You're pontificating
you
now.
repeated, hey, like 10 times. All you have to
Yes, I'm
say
trying to
is,
stop you
it's my
from
turn.
rambling.
Just say, my turn. That's all.
Yeah, can you answer Parker?
Gotcha.
The host had a question.
Yeah. So like, could you name like a policy of Trump's you like? I just want to keep us on a specific conversation.
My favorite, immigration.
Okay. Like what specifically about
What?
immigration?
Okay. Before Trump got into power the second time, okay, and election times were coming in, they opened the border to anybody that would just go to the border. You will go into an app, okay, and 30 days from that you will get an answer if you were going to get like papers legally or not. Like, it took me 10 years to get papers, man. Somebody just gets right at the border, they just travel there, put your name on an app. I mean, they were not even at the border. People were putting names on the app, and once they get
That's a
the
legal.
result and the
That was the
date,
legal asylum process. So
yeah.
you're mad that people were coming to the country legally, which doesn't make sense. So by the way, just because it's existed in the past that it's been like it's taken a long time, doesn't mean that it should always take a long time for the future. This is what we consider the American dream. We want it to be better for our children than it was for us. Like, for example, if we're talking about like the creation, the advent of K through 12 education. Okay, prior to that, right, people had to pay for their kids to have school. People had to pay for their own school. And in that context, right, the people who already paid for it might be like, oh, it's unfair that I had to pay for it in the past, but the kids today, they're going to get it for free. But that's just about how society has got better. That's a good thing. That society is getting
But
better.
that's not
We
how it
want
works.
society to progress. And we aren't going to
Okay.
say that just because other people in the past didn't get it, that means people in the future shouldn't
Okay.
get it. Because then that
But
means we would never progress as people.
But progress doesn't mean giving out things for free.
It means providing basic necessities for people. It means providing community and a baseline for everyone. When you say providing things for free, what we mean here is like everyone should have access to this. No one should have restricted access to basic core necessities that they need to survive.
Okay, I totally agree with that because as Mexican, we have more. For example, we have free social security, free healthcare, universal free healthcare, and as an American, I don't have that.
So
Okay,
like,
so I totally agree that we do need a basic uh, set of conditions in order to like grow up as a nation or individual, and that is our job, everybody's politicians and people, to take advantage of the situations that we have. Okay, but a president doesn't have the power to do that. Just imagine me if I were to blame a president for everything that has happened to me. I work really hard. Every day I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I go to sleep at 1 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock at night. I've always
What?
worked.
But
But
I
I
think
don't
that's
care
a little
about
bit
the
of a
war.
disingenuous statement, though, because no one's saying that the president has direct, positive or negative impacts overall. But understanding that Donald Trump is implementing policies, executive orders that directly negatively impact people, like
Oh yeah, yeah,
he's actively doing things that harms everyday Americans in a multitude of ways, from his tariffs to his implementation as far as ICE, because that not only hurts undocumented immigrants, but that hurts immigration, that hurts travel, that hurts like so many different sectors. So while we don't put the responsibility solely on Donald Trump as far as our day-to-day life, he's actively instituting executive orders that is making it harder for just everyday Americans to live.
Are a question: is taking out illegal people from the
Undocumented.
U.S. a crime or not?
No, but there's also a way to go about
Are
doing
they
it that
criminals? Yes or no?
no, they're not. They broke a
They're not.
law. No,
They
no,
didn't
they
break the
broke
law
a
by
no, they
crossing.
broke a law. Is
Okay.
everyone that breaks a law without due process a quote unquote
That's
criminal?
it. That's it. No. Everyone that breaks the law has the right to due process.
Exactly. So if they broke a law but they haven't received due process, then they're not a criminal.
And did they all receive due process? I mean, do you know how immigration works? Because
Yes,
I
I
got
know how
caught
immigration
once.
works.
No, you don't know how immigration works. You have never been caught. When I first got caught by immigration, they don't even ask you. You have no right to due process. They just take you back the 2 hours after they catch you.
I'm not
Where,
sitting
where's
here
due
saying
process? Where is it?
I'm
So
not sitting
so
here saying
should there be due
sorry.
process?
hmm
Yeah, I mean, nobody goes to due process. It's like
No, should there be due
you don't
process?
show. It's impossible to
There
have
is
due
due
process
process,
with
by the
millions.
way, but you might say now
No,
that
it's
there's no
not.
due
No, it's
process,
not.
but there
No,
is
it's not. No,
there
there's
is a
not.
condition of due process. So I'm asking you.
There has to be due process. Okay, there has to be
Okay,
due
okay, so
process
then we
for
agree
there
there. So
has to be, but
Trump
there
doesn't
is
believe
none.
that. Trump doesn't believe that, though. That's the issue, is that Trump doesn't believe that there needs to be due process for undocumented immigrants. Did you know Trump stormed out today because he wanted like the children of undocumented immigrants to not be recognized as citizens, and he didn't
Oh
like how it was
yeah,
going
oh
in the Supreme
yeah,
Court?
and my son grew up in the United States. He's right in the middle of this case because I didn't grow up. I wasn't born there, but I grew up there. My son grew up there. He's a U.S. citizen by territoriality, but uh, he's not American.
According to wait, I'm okay. I just think that
Well,
this
not
is absurd.
American.
I
He
just think that
doesn't
this
even
is
speak
absurd.
English.
So you know what's so absurd here? According to
Yeah.
the oral arguments and according to reporting I've seen, this same thing applies to Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio's parents were undocumented at the very point that he was born, meaning that if this was true, Marco Rubio would not get birthright citizenship.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you where the real problem here is. The real
Can we
problem is
can we engage with
citizenship.
can we
With
engage with that
citizenship,
point? Because that's like likely could be the
yeah.
next presidential candidate for the Republican Party, right?
I don't think that Republicans are gonna win again. To tell you the truth. Okay, so
So then, would you vote for Republicans after Trump?
it depends who it is.
Okay,
I don't
so
vote for Republicans or Democrats. I vote for the person, and I think Trump. I
let
voted
me
for
give you an
Trump
example then.
because he was the what we needed. We
No,
needed
he's
a
not.
nationalist
Definitely
president.
not. Do you
We
still
we
believe
have
that?
lost. Okay, we have lost a sense of nation. Okay, we let everybody in. And I'm not talking about Mexicans, immigrants. I'm talking about rich people, Jewish. I'm talking about Ireland, people from Irish people from Ireland. So we needed somebody that would define what real American is. We lost that definition. I compare myself in 1992, the definition we had of America to the definition we have today, and it's just, uh,
Yeah, but
it,
who are you to
it's
define what a real American is? Because by my definition of a real American, you aren't
uh,
it. An
yeah,
American,
no,
an
exactly.
American is someone. No, American is
That's my
someone that
whole.
actually
Oh, my
stands up
friend,
for other people. An American
I
is
love your
someone who cares
thesis.
about the people next to him. An American is someone who wants to see our country thrive. An American is someone that cares about what's happening to the people in the country. An American is someone that believes in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You sitting here saying that we need to actually, for some reason, rail against people coming to the country and trying to seek that quote unquote American dream when Ronald Reagan said the United States of America is the shining city on a hill.
I
Literally, it's supposed
totally.
to be the peak of perfection, and you think
Mhm.
the country that's supposed to be held up as the peak of perfection would not welcome all people when we have the Statue of Liberty, where we literally say, "Give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses." Like your ideal of what an American is to be is skewed, and you just want isolationism. Like no one wants that. You're not
No, no,
American.
no. I
Me and
totally agree.
Parker and I are American, and you're
Okay.
not. You're a traitor.
That do might say you're a traitor for a lot of people. You guys are the traitors. And I don't agree with calling somebody a traitor because we're just giving point of views, and that doesn't make you a traitor. I think you're wrong when it comes to that.
Okay, well
We're
then let
only
me.
sharing points of views.
Oh my God,
Okay,
can I
we're
actually
not
ask you a
sharing what
question
a
about that
traitor
then?
is because if you, I and Santa, just to clarify, I totally agree with your definition. The only thing I don't agree with is when you say for the people. I would say for the U.S. citizens, not for the people. You're not a government for the people.
Hey,
You are a
Parker.
government
Parker
for
wants to ask a
U.S.
question. Parker wants to ask a
citizens.
question.
No, no, no.
Parker
Listen,
wants to
listen,
ask a
please.
question. You're saying stupid
Okay.
stuff. The Constitution was written by immigrants. You think the actual people that immigrants wrote the Constitution? You don't think they wrote the Constitution with immigrants in mind? That's stupid. Anyway, Parker, you were about to say something.
Yeah, so in terms of like you brought up traitor. I thought this would be an interesting thing to bring up. Donald Trump called Democratic veterans in Congress traitors, right, and said that they engaged in seditious behavior or punishable by death, right? Literally, and called for their execution. He reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington Wood because they said if you're given an unlawful order, do not follow it. So like that's expressing an opinion, a very like moderate opinion, by the way, like a chill opinion. There's nothing wrong with that position. I agree with that position. If you're given an unlawful order, you shouldn't follow it.
And
That's
that has
not
always
seditious
been.
behavior. And Donald Trump said that that was
I was
punishable by
in
death.
the past.
What do you
I
think about
served.
that?
I served. In the past, I was given unlawful orders. And if you believe inside your heart that it's an unlawful order, you shouldn't follow that order.
Okay. So
Simple.
if you agree that with that sentiment, Donald Trump said that that was seditious behavior. And he said that that was punishable by death. And he reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington Wood in reference to Democratic veterans in Congress that literally just made a video saying that exact same thing that you just said right now.
Yeah, but do you want me to comment on that, or what do you want me to
Yeah,
do
I'm
on
like,
that?
how do you
Because
how
what
do
I
you
think,
stand behind Trump even though he did that? He called for the execution
because
of someone who
Trump,
has the
if you
same
know
view as
Trump,
you.
if you know Trump, you know that he has two different faces. He's a showman and he's a businessman. He's always gonna give you the face, the showman face, always. Never the real businessman. While he's, doing something, he's thinking something else. But you're always gonna see these tweets, and you're gonna see the way he speaks and the way he's in public. That's a showman. Okay, that's not the serious man behind the curtains, the businessman. And we're all concentrating on the show, the show, the show, the show.
Hey, dude,
We
the
should be
president of the United
we
States
should
was
be
just rage baiting you,
concentrating.
bro, when he called for your execution. He was just rage baiting you, bro. The president of the United States wasn't
That's
being
the show.
serious. He was
That's the
just joking with
show.
you. He was just making
That's
jokes,
the
calling for your
show.
execution. Yeah, that's called sarcastic terrorism. You're quite literally calling for someone's death, and you're trying to justify that sentiment, moral sentiment, right, to have against people specifically who hold those views, right? On a
That's
general basis
that's
within
the way he
society.
is. That's why
That's
we
causing
chose.
violence, and that is very harmful to this country. That is incredibly harmful to the unity of this country. It's incredibly divisive, and it's something that no one should accept. No candidate should just be able to literally say that and still be able to continue their run. Like, actually, that's absurd. No,
But
that
then
should be
again, he was.
that should be
Yeah, yeah.
literally career ending for any person. Okay?
But then again, he was chosen the president of the United States, not by you, not by 30% of the people, but by the other 60% of the people.
It
That
wasn't
wasn't
60%. So 77 million people is not 60% of our
60%,
country.
60% of the
It's not.
people who voted,
No, he
congressmen
didn't
who
win
voted for him.
60%. No, he didn't win 60%. He won less than 50% of the amount of people that voted.
You cannot win. You cannot be the president winning
Yes,
under
yes, you can.
50%.
He had the smallest victory in the modern day United States history. That's why when he keeps talking about this like landslide victory, that didn't happen. He won by less than 2 million votes, and then at the same time, the actual third party vote is what kept him from reaching the 50% threshold. He had like 49 point something
Yeah,
percent. He didn't
it was
cross.
it was the 50 something,
No, he
51. It was
no, he didn't.
it was that plus one.
Actually,
I was
hold up. If
no,
you do the
okay.
math,
If
I just want to
yeah,
I just want to let you know. If you do the math,
I
actually, if you
want this
take
fact.
77 million divided by 340 million, it's around 23%, right, of the population. So 23% of the population voted for Trump, less
But
than
that's
1/4.
but that's not how election works. Election doesn't work by
That is how
people
it
voting.
works.
No, it's
And
electoral
again,
votes. Electoral votes.
even with that, he did not receive 50% of the vote. Like he received what 49.2
In
or
order
something.
to
I'll
be
look it up.
president, what percentage do you need in order to be president of the United States?
A majority. You have to get the
A
majority of all
majority.
votes.
A majority. Majority is
Yes, but he
50% or
didn't get
plus.
50%
Well, how can you get majority if you don't get more
because
than
there was a
50?
third party vote.
He's the president now. He
There,
was
there was
chosen not by
so
everyone.
by the way,
He was.
you
This
tried to
is right
say
now the most
60% of the.
divisive,
So he tried to say
most
60% of the
divisive
country supported Trump,
election.
and when in reality it was 23%.
Listen, please. I think we're the question is, why do you support Trump? I support Trump because he's a nationalist. Nationalist. He looks out for the people. If I were in Mexico and if I had I mean I still am I'm Mexican American, but if I had a president like Trump that he's like everything for the Mexican people, everything, let's do everything for the Mexican people. Let's stop immigration. All the people coming here to take advantage of the system. I will support him too.
Yeah, but you're supporting lip service. Like it would be different if Donald Trump was saying these things and then doing stuff that actually put quote unquote America first. But he's saying that and then at the same time spiking the unemployment rate, increasing the wealth gap, causing people to lose access to healthcare, to access to food. He's putting us in wars. When people said no new wars, Donald Trump is sitting here saying that he's America first while literally spitting in Americans' faces. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Also, FYI, he won 49.8% of the votes. So no, he didn't win 50%. But anyway, like, you can sit here and say like, oh, if he said these things, then, I would support him. You guys only care about the performative nature of Trump. That's why you loved it when he dressed up and said that he was a garbage truck driver, or you loved it when he said that he worked at McDonald's, or you guys loved it when he just like performs. He doesn't do shit. Like, hold him accountable for something.
He's gonna be accountable. I think that once he's gonna, and I don't even care. I don't even think he
Come
cares
on.
about history.
You guys
or
have done the complete
doesn't have
opposite
a
of holding
conscience.
this guy accountable for what he's done.
But we chose him.
Yeah, you guys chose him in despite of the fact that he's a convicted felon, held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, that bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without the consent, where two 18-year-olds came out. So there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in the changing rooms, and Donald Trump would barge in. Right? He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He literally cut over 10 million people off their access to health insurance through Medicaid, 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every single month, over 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt and giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. Right? He pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. He called them patriots. He called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. I mean, this guy denies science. This guy said that we should undermine the EPA, 40% decrease.
Okay, now, if you think we don't know that, we know that. We knew that.
No, you didn't.
Why did we vote?
And yet you
for
still
Trump?
support
Have you ever
Trump?
thought
No,
about what-
no.
How do you
Have
know
ever thought
that
about
and still
why did
support
we
Trump?
vote for
Like,
Trump?
seriously,
No.
how the hell?
No, fuck that, Parker.
Because-
They're trying to gaslight us. They got owned, and now they're doubling back and trying to say, well, we actually knew that. No, you guys didn't know what a fucking tariff was. That's why after the actual election,
I've been following the process.
after the election,
freaking
there was a
1990.
Google search spike that spiked. The question was, what is a tariff? And the next largest spike is, can I take my vote back? You guys didn't know shit, but now you're trying to double back and say that you guys knew. You didn't know shit, but now you have to you have to press yourself into believing that you knew. And now you're saying, well, we knew all. Y'all didn't know shit.
We voted for Trump because we got tired of politicians. We wanted a showman. Everybody
Trump is
else has
literally
been
a politician.
Democrats or Republicans, they all have been politicians. Trump was the only one that was not a politician.
Trump is literally a politician.
He was
Like,
not
by
a-
definition, can you
okay.
define politician?
Well, if you're going to talk about politics and the definition of politics, everybody's a politician.
No,
Everyone is a
Not
politician.
ever. I'm not.
that's
Am I?
not
Am
how
I
it
a
fucking
politician?
works.
You are a politician.
I'm a
Look at the
politician.
definition. Look at the
No, I'm
definition
not.
of politics.
Yeah,
Look at the definition of
I,
politics of what
have I
makes you a
run for political?
politician.
Have I run for political office?
That is not
I have a
politics.
question.
I
Have I
studied law.
run for political
Do you
office?
have a bachelor's degree in law?
Have
I
have
studied
I run
law.
for political
Do you know
office?
what politics mean?
Have I run for
You
political
don't know.
office?
Just Google it. Google it.
I'm
Google.
asking you a question.
Google. No, you
I'm asking.
haven't, and you are.
I'm
You
asking you a
are
question. Have I
just.
run for political
No, you
office?
haven't run. You
No, I
haven't
haven't.
run.
So
Well,
But
all right.
but
and
look at the
hey,
I'm just
definition
gonna
of
I'm just gonna do this. I can't even have this conversation, right? Like you just like won't even have the conversation with me. I'm just gonna mute you, okay? Literally, he absolutely by definition is a politician. Any way that you try to define politician will include Donald Trump. This whole idea that you want to vote for someone who's not a politician is literally the most wildly absurd thing because someone is literally a politician by running for political office.
Yeah. And also, if you want to be like literal, Merriam-Webster defines a politician as a person experienced in the art or science of government, especially ones who are actively engaged in conducting the business of the government. A person engaged in party politics as a profession. A person primarily interested in political office for selfish or narrow, usually short-sighted reasons. Like that's a often disparaging usage of politics, but literally you have to actually be in an official capacity with the government. Parker and I are in no official capacity with the government, so we are not politicians.
Actually, you know what? We are paid by the DNC. You're right. Like right. I think that's true. I forgot about that one. We get DNC $1 trillion every single day.
Got to get them DNC checks so we can buy more steak, lobsters, crab legs, and Apple products.
Yeah, just spent like in 1 month we spent $6.9 million on just lobster tails, right? Just lobster tails, right?
And I'm
Of
allergic to
taxpayer
shellfish, and I
dollars.
still
So thank
bought
you
them.
so much, taxpayers. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Mhm. I don't think he knows he's muted. He's probably just yapping, not realizing he's muted.
Yeah, you're muted by the way. I did send you an invite to unmute.
I'm sorry. Am I on?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I really appreciate Parker you having these type of forums. It creates a space for communication. The worst things you can have on this era and these times is people not communicating, not taking out that energy that we all have, being positive or negative, being supportive or against. We need a platform to take out that energy. If not, the next thing that happens is that you have little kids shooting, other little kids in schools because they have all this energy inside. Okay, just I understand. I agree with you that Trump is racist and all of that, but I like Trump. I support Trump. It's not because of the way he is or he, it's because of the different things that he has done for U.S. citizens. At the end,
But
protect
wait,
U.S.
can you name
citizens.
one actual thing that he's done? Like
Okay,
one actual tangible beneficial thing.
immigration,
One
immigration.
actual tangible beneficial thing.
Okay, immigration.
How has that been beneficial to American
Not
citizens?
illegal immigration.
How has that been
Nobody
beneficial
has
to
the
American
right.
citizens?
Nobody has the right
No,
to
hey,
cross any
focus
border
on the
without
question.
permission.
Focus on the question. How has that been tangibly beneficial for American citizens?
Okay, you have never lived at the border. People from Texas, Mexicans and Mexican Americans got tired of illegal immigrants just crossing the border.
I hear what you're saying.
Listen
Certain
to me,
people,
please.
no,
Drug lords
listen.
own the border,
You're
not in the
trying to
Mexican side.
trying to actually put
Please listen to
emotions
me.
in this,
In
and
the
this is
American
I
side.
don't want to
In
hear
the
your
American
fifis,
side.
bub. I
When
seriously.
you
I just
when
want
you
you to give me
hear,
one tangible
I'm
thing
giving you
that
one.
immigrate. No. You're
After
telling
this
me.
law, after the
Listen, stop for a
listen. If
second.
you would listen, I would give you
Hey,
one
no,
tangible one.
because you keep trying to tell me about feelings, and I don't care about feelings. Yes,
I'm not talking about
people had
feelings.
negative feelings. Can you tell me one tangible benefit that Donald Trump's immigration policy has had on the
On me.
majority of Americans?
On me.
No,
No, on
I
me,
didn't say
because I'm
anything
talking
about
about
you.
myself.
I'm not talking about you. It's not about you, bub. On Americans, the majority of Americans, tell me one positive thing that Donald Trump has did that benefits the majority of
Okay.
Americans.
If you go to Texas, okay, they put a big fence. They control illegal drug crossing. They gave us the right of private property. We didn't have that. We were controlled by the cartels.
That's not fucking
How
true. You're
would you
just saying
feel
shit.
if somebody has the power to go into your house
You're
and
literally
you are
just saying
afraid,
shit now.
and you're afraid they at night, they at night?
You're
How
you're
would you feel?
literally you're literally just saying
By them
shit, and
putting
it's a
that
trust me,
border,
bro.
no, by him putting that border, and a
Donald
few
Trump didn't build
officers.
the border. You're just saying
the-
shit.
Okay, so it's okay. I cannot argue. Where are you from?
I'm from the United States of America.
No, what part of the United States?
The part that's American.
Everything is American, but what part? I told you I was from
The
Texas.
part
you
where
from?
Americans live.
Every-
I can tell
Okay,
you
Alaska.
what I
You're
can
from
tell you
Alaska
what
then.
Joseph Robinette Biden and Kamala Devi Harris did that benefited everyday Americans. I don't have to say specifically what they did for me. I can tell you in general what they did for the country. Why can't you tell me overall the positive thing that Trump has done for the country instead of sitting here saying he built the border? He didn't build a border.
No, a construction company did, but that's not the case. He gave the order to continue with the. Okay, that's one.
That's not one. You literally felt you don't understand the assignment.
So it didn't help American people at the border.
No.
Americans. No, it didn't.
No.
Okay, you're not from the border then. You're not from any single town on the border.
What does the individual action of making the people who live at the border feel good, how does that tangibly benefit the majority of American citizens? How is addressing the feelings of the people at the border an actual positive benefit for all Americans?
The decrease of the tangible power of the drug cartels.
Most drugs brought in by American citizens, and they come through legal
What?
ports of entry.
Oh,
like
God.
you don't know things.
Okay,
You're just saying stuff.
Okay. You're right. You're right. What would you know about drugs?
I clearly
If you
know
haven't
way
been to
more
a-
about this than you do.
I don't think so, but let's just put it this way, okay? You asked me for one fact, I told you one fact.
No, you didn't. You
don't
told
just
me
ask
one feeling. You told
No,
me
it's a
feelings.
fact. I am
Okay,
safer.
actually, let's
Less
actually ask
cross-
this. Can you name
Okay.
one way that Trump has materially benefited the country?
That's what I said, Parker.
Yeah.
And he's been talking about his feelings the whole time.
Yeah. I want him to focus on this. Maybe if we bring us back to this and we just hammer this in, it will work.
Nationalism was lost. I'm not saying that definition of Trump is correct. I'm saying about American definition.
So how has Trump materially benefited the country? Like what outcome
He
has become
became
better
a
off?
lever. A lever. It's like
Yep.
you always have like the positive and the negative. Everything was just positive.
So
Now
how
he's
has
negative,
Trump
negative,
materially
negative. Now-
benefited the people?
After 2 or 3 years, we're gonna have a balance. That's how history works.
Okay, but like,
In order
how is there been a material benefit?
What do you mean a material benefit? Like
I
are
mean,
you
like
making
how
more
have
money,
people
or-
benefited
Okay,
in terms
we
of
go back
outcomes?
to the same question. I don't benefit from a politician's policy.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Okay, so
I'm above that. I can make
okay, I have a
money.
question. When people get Social Security, do they get that from the government?
When people get Social Security in the United States, okay, you get that from the government.
You do. And when you
Yes.
get Medicare, do you get that from the government?
Yes, when you get Medicare, like federal Medicare or like a federal plan, yes, you get that from the government.
So those are ways that you will benefit, right?
No, because I don't depend on Social Security. And I don't depend on somebody else giving me the things I need to be
Wait,
okay.
you're not going to use Medicare?
Never.
Never.
Okay.
No.
Hold
Why
on.
not?
Because I have a private plan. Why
Wait,
would
wait,
I
wait.
eat
Hold on.
Medicare?
I'm,
Why
I'm
would
so
I stand
glad
in
you said
line
that. I'm so
2
glad you said that.
hours? And why would I
One
be
second.
there
One second.
waiting for
One second. I'm so
Okay.
glad that you said that. So the Republican Party refused to actually extend the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, right?
Yes,
Do
correct.
you don't have the Affordable Care Act, right? You have
No, I have
private
never
insurance.
depended
Okay,
in my
perfect,
life from somebody else.
perfect. Did you notice an increase in your premiums for 2026?
Doesn't matter. I don't
No,
care.
answer the question. Answer the
I don't
question.
even know.
Did your insurance, the cost of your insurance, did it
I
go
don't
up?
even know. I concentrate in making money, not
Yeah.
how much am I
Okay,
gonna
so
The
pay.
point is,
he just makes money. He doesn't know anything. He pays
Exactly.
for it all. You don't know the cost of anything. He doesn't know what. Do you know what gas prices are like near you?
I don't. I have somebody else that does.
No clue. Someone else does it. Okay,
No clue.
Okay, so let's just go through this real quick. So, you're so rich, you don't care about the cost of anything in the economy. You don't care about how the
I
economy
care
is
about
doing.
making money.
All you care about is yourself making money. So why are you on a live right now debating people instead of making money?
Because I have free time.
Yeah, but like you should be making money in your free time. Why are you on a live debating
Okay.
people?
If
Why aren't you making
okay,
money? Why aren't you
If
100% focused on making money? Or are you saying that you cannot use some of your free time
look-
to dedicate
look,
your mind to
just
thinking about other
when you-
things that impact
when
other
you
people
speak-
other than maybe yourself?
Okay, if you, God, you're so poor when it comes to financial evidence.
I'm so
We're
poor.
so poor.
Do you think?
Well,
wait.
okay, all right.
You know what? You know what?
Parker,
I am poor, but I will say
you
really
depend
quick.
on yourself
Thank
to
you,
make
Matt
money,
Scramble, for the
correct? You
5.
have to
David,
be
thank you
there
for
to
the
make money. You
15.
have to show up your
Margaret, thank
face
you so much
to
for the
make money.
25.
You
Yardra,
have
thank
to
you
be
for the
there
5.
to
Taylor, thank
make
you for the
money.
10. And Alec, thank you for the 5. I'm a lot less poor now because all the wonderful people that just donated. I'm
Yeah,
a
but
lot
you
more
depend
richer.
exactly. But you belong to a financial system where you depend on yourself to make money. I can breathe and make money just breathing. My daughter is gonna have money for the rest of her life, and she doesn't even have to work. There are other types of financial
So your money
systems.
works for you because you made money.
Exactly. Since
Okay.
I was 11, 12, I started doing this, and they
Okay,
taught
so
me this. So I don't have to be there to
okay,
make money.
cool.
So I have free time.
You're like one
Now,
of those
you
people who are
depend on
like, I
yourself
broke
to
out
make
of the
money, because if
matrix.
you
I
don't
broke
show-
out of the
if you don't
matrix.
show-
You guys are still stuck
Nah.
within it. You're still
Nah,
stuck in the
it's not like
matrix.
that.
Actually, you're still there. Still in the matrix.
Parker, stop it! You're so funny. It's not like that.
That's literally
It's
what
just
you
there
sound
are
like
other
right now, bro.
financial. No, there are other financial, ways, to just to make money. Not everything is like I have to work.
Tina, thank you so much for Leon. Thank you so much. Okay, then send me 10 grand.
Why
you said
would I
you said
send you 10
because I
grand?
need it, right? Remember,
you-
Do it.
you
are
said
you
I'm
working
broke.
for
I need
me?
it. You said I'm broke.
Exactly.
I need it.
No, I don't
Do
feel
it.
broke.
Send
If
the
you're
10
broke,
grand to him
no,
right
I
now.
didn't say you were broke.
Hey,
You
you,
did.
you
You
said
were
you don't
poor.
care about
I
money.
said you were
All
poor
right, I do. Send it
financially.
over.
No, listen. Financially, mentally. When it comes to mentally, you could make, instead of you being there, you could have 20 people. You can make famous 20 people. They can work for you, because that's what we did here with 2 YouTubers, and they make money, and they were part of their success, and we get money out of their,
Oh, you
them
run a
working.
pyramid
Oh,
scheme.
he makes money off of YouTubers.
He runs a pyramid
Okay.
scheme.
Anytime I work, if I'm gonna have
Thank you
to
for the
work to
jellyfish.
make even a penny, I don't do that project.
Okay,
It's
so
all about. It's
okay,
just a different
so-
financial thing. But the question is, why do you
wait. So
support
then, so then
Trump?
my point is,
Because
if you
I
have so
like
much
Trump.
money, why do you even work in the first place?
I don't work.
Okay, if you don't work at all, then why don't you have time to focus on thinking about who's better for president? You just said that you didn't have time to focus on that, or because you're focusing on making money.
You know what I'm
but you just
gonna
said you're
do
not working.
in about 1 hour, I'm gonna get drunk and I'm gonna play soccer in 1 hour with my friends.
Okay,
That's what
do you
I'm
want a
gonna
cookie?
do.
I hope you lose your soccer game.
No,
Do-
but
do
I
you want a
cannot
cookie,
lose
bro?
a soccer game because it's with friends.
Do you want a
You can
cookie?
still
It's
lose.
like,
I don't need.
why
a
are you
cookie.
telling me this?
Because what I'm telling you is you're trying to mock me that I am all like a type of person that you think you know, but you don't even know me.
What?
I'm not rich. I'm not rich. I'm not rich. I
What?
don't
You
have,
just
like,
said that you
millions of
were.
dollars. I say I'm not. I am financially secure, and I don't have to worry about things.
You just said you don't have to work at all, that everything's
I
taken
don't
care
work.
of, that you're rich. You called
I'm
me
50.
broke.
I'm 50. I didn't call you broke. I call you mentally broke when you think that I have to work to make money.
Okay, so now it's mentally broke. What does that even mean?
That means that you only think that people have one scheme to make money or one type of financial strategy to make money. That's the only thing people can make money. Because you were telling me that, your theories and all of that. But the question is, why do I support Trump? Because I like Trump. He's a showman. He's a
Is there anything Trump
he's a
could do that would
showman.
get you to
He's a
stop
nice
supporting
guy.
him?
Huh?
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yes.
Such as?
If he would initiate, okay, an action that was done within the United States to harm Americans.
Okay, so if he
America
initiated
has
an
always
action in the
America.
United States to harm Americans, okay,
Yeah,
I have an example
Americans
for
have.
you.
Okay, which action did he do? Like remember the planes and all of that, the 9/11 planes, to harm Americans in American soil. All the wars, everything is fought outside America.
Yeah, he started a war with Iran and said that there will be strikes on American soil.
He started a war with Iran, and he said,
Yeah, he said that there
oh,
will be attacks on American soil. That's what he said.
no, that's almost impossible. If you attack the U.S., hell will break loose.
Um,
And,
you
and
understand that
that
we're
is
at
one
war
thing.
with them right now. They already
It
are
doesn't
attacking
matter.
U.S. bases. They're already killing U.S. soldiers.
Not here in the U.S.
Bro doesn't know how things work.
Okay, but Trump is saying this himself. Trump said specifically that there will be attacks on American soil.
He hasn't. He hasn't. This is all news and show. And the truth is that by the end of this month, they're gonna come up to an agreement. This is all political pressure for economic reasons. This is a new control, an economic geo control over oil and resources. We don't even have anything to say about that. We don't even own, oil companies or governments. Or they're fighting this war. It's not us. It's the American people. We're different. But this is all just dividing
Yeah, and
people.
we
And
shouldn't be at war for the fact that like literally we're at war because of a Jewish man and that's being perpetuated. The war is being perpetuated by an orange man, and the actual keys to
okay,
our actual military is
okay.
being
I'm gonna tell
driven
you
by a
something
drunk
that you
man.
might
Like
not know.
all of this makes no sense, and we're at war because of Israel. We're at war because of Donald Trump's
Okay,
pride and ego. We're at war because Pete Hegseth is an
I'm gonna
absolute
tell you
dipshit.
something that you
Like
might
that's
not
what we're
know.
talking about.
Yes, yes,
Like
and
none of the
you're
this isn't for the
totally.
American
I
people.
totally agree with you. Israel controls America,
Oh my
but both
god.
sides, Democrat, Republicans,
Oh my, that's
everyone.
such a lazy take.
Wait,
That's so lazy.
how do you feel about Netanyahu saying that Donald Trump is the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the Oval Office?
He wasn't. He's not just Donald Trump.
Wait,
You know,
listen. How do you
Israel
feel?
supports
Wait,
anyone and gives money to
okay,
anyone,
but
Republicans
you're
and
not listening
Democrats, and
though. You're
then
not
they have
listening.
to.
How do you
I
feel that
am.
Netanyahu said that Donald Trump is the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the Oval Office?
What I hear from your statement is the greatest. He didn't
Yes.
say the only one.
Yeah, but the greatest. So that means
That
that
being
he
said,
supports him the
that
most. So
being said,
if
yeah,
you
exactly.
disagree with
But
them
that means
controlling our country, then why do you want the
he.
person who helps them control our country the most?
Okay, he. Israel is always going to control the U.S. Congress and all of that. Just that's a fact. It doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat; they control them.
So why do you want the candidates that are controlled the most, like Trump? You just said you acknowledge that the Netanyahu says that this is the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the Oval Office. So why would you want the greatest ally to Israel in the Oval Office if that's who you're saying is controlling our country within? And also who we're going to war with Iran
Okay,
because of.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna answer your question, but with another perspective, very easily. Okay, very easy. Watch this. Mexico depends a lot, like 40% of their economy from the United States. Why would you want the United States to be okay as a Mexican? The same thing
because
when
it's
it comes from the
important
United
for your
States to
economy.
Israel. The government of Israel has always had their everything invested money in the U.S. Why would you want Israel to be okay? Because they have always supported the United States financially. Banks are from the U.S.
Wait. Tell me,
Most of the
how has
companies
Israel
get.
supported the United States financially?
You should learn where all the money comes from.
No, tell me, how has Israel
Jewish people
benefited the United States
Jewish people
financially?
control all the banking system.
Okay, so
Oh
now,
my
All of
God,
the
that's just
listen, all
that's
of
anti-Semitism.
just
the American,
anti-Semitism.
That's literally just
all of the
anti-Semitism.
American companies.
I just don't even
all
want. I don't even want to do this anymore. My
Like,
brain
what the
hurts.
fuck?
I can't even do this anymore, dude.
The mental gymnastics that it took for him to square that circle is crazy.
Yeah, let's just go on to the next individual, everybody. Only sending guest requests if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Dude, yo, what's up? How old are you? That's just a tough way to start the stream. That was like my second guess for today or something.
For the last 3 days, they've been like that. Like every single stream I've started has been with the crash in. Holy fuck.
Oh my god. Cat, thank you so much for the
go, Cat.
Undersea Kingdom. What the fuck? I've never seen this before. It keeps going. What the fuck?
That's fucking crazy.
Vault? That is sick, Cat. Can we get some W's for Cat in the comment section right now? That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. W's for Cat. That is so kind of you. Seriously, thank you so much. Oh my god.
Fucking Trident?
What? What is this, Cat? Thank you for the trident, the Tide Color trident. For people who are on YouTube, those are gifts on TikTok specifically. Those are huge gifts. Thank you so much, Cat. Can we get some W's for Cat in the comment section right now? Holy shit, that is so kind of you. That is fucking crazy. Cat's...
Obey my command.
What is going on? Cat with the legend Marcellus. I have never seen these before. What the fuck
I've
are these
seen
new
the first
animations?
two. I have never seen that one. That is fucking crazy.
What the fuck is going on right now? Cat, thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Cat in the comment section
insane.
right now? Those are vault gifts, apparently? I have never heard of that before.
It's something with like you have to be a certain level and da 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 da, all this other stuff. But like I've seen the first two, I've never seen that third one. That's insane.
That was really cool. Can we get some W's for Cat in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Literally always here supporting us. W's for Cat in the comment section right now. Seriously, so kind. That is unbelievable. I want to see W's for like the next fucking 10 minutes at least. That is crazy. Thank you so much. That is crazy.
It's fucking dope.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hey, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. As soon as I kicked them. That always happens. I swear that always happens. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20. I just wanted to say I
you
used
support
to
Trump?
be a Republican.
Oh, so you don't
No, I
support
was gonna
Trump
say,
anymore?
actually, after watching these debates, not anymore. After watching these debates, like I used.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? We are just looking for some debates right now, but we fucking love to hear that. We love to hear that. That's exactly why we do what we do here. Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section right now. Barbara, thank you for the Viking hammer, by the way. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I support Trump. April Fools, I love you, WCAT.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list on the TikTok screen. I thought maybe we'd get more trolls today because it's April Fool's. I just want to let you know, please don't troll today just because it's April Fool's. Please don't. Please don't.
I absolutely hate April Fool's Day.
Really? Really? I've celebrated it but in the past and got misinformation flags because I was a flat earther in the past on TikTok. Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, hit 8 blinkers free.
Let's go to the next individual. What's
I
up?
had a girlfriend break up with me in college on April Fool's Day as a joke, and then 3 days later break up with me in reality. So that's why I hate April Fool's Day.
That is a horrible way to do that. That is so terrible.
Yep.
That is so horrible.
Yeah, but it was for the best, you know. I'm married to my lovely wife, so Gabby's me.
Obviously in the end, but geez, that's just a diabolical thing. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to that TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, so
How old are
it's
you?
me from the other day. But hold on, wait.
A million things, but what we're talking about on the stream. Let's go on to the next individual. How are your debates today, though?
Insufferable.
Ooh, I bet
They've been
kind of
so
brutal
bad
recently.
Oh, I got to tell you about this debate that I had with a Republican, or she says she's not a Republican. She's just not a Democrat anymore. Her name's Christy, and the only thing she wants to do is talk about like transgender rights. And so
I think I
drug
know
her.
who you're talking about.
Oh yeah, I drug her into the deep water, and I made her talk about the SAVE Act, and I called out the contradiction about how like if she really cared about women, then she would be railing against the SAVE Act. Drug her in the deep water, and of course she couldn't swim. It was a massacre.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Harris versus Trump, still Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
One of my biggest things was, his immigration policies.
Okay. His immigration policies. What specific immigration policies?
Closing the border. For the most part, I'm not against legal immigration. The illegal immigration I'm against. However, the illegal, it really needs to stop. As far as legal immigration, I think at this point as a country, because we have let so many people in, I think it is maybe time to take a hiatus on bringing a whole lot of people in, because when we say things like, oh, our country was founded on immigration, I would argue that it was founded on immigration that was promised to be productive and conducive to society.
Immigration is beneficial to our society. Actually, immigration over the past 30 years has led to a decline in the deficit by $14.5 trillion.
Also, our country was founded on genocide and chattel slavery, so there's that. Anyway, respond to
I would disagree that it was founded on chattel slavery, just because it did exist. I mean, when we look at the ratios and the statistics of it, it's like,
what ratios
honestly,
and statistics?
Ratio and statistics. So what we brought in a percentage, like a small percentage of the transatlantic.
What does that have to do with the actual foundation? Also, you do understand that. Do you know what the United States had in our country that other places that engaged in chattel slavery didn't have?
Sure,
breeding farms. Literally, they bred black people to make more slaves. Like in the U.S., they had plantations specifically made to make more black people for slavery. So if your justification is, well, we didn't import the most amount of slaves during chattel slavery, like that's not, a point. But even more than that, I mean, it was 400 years of slavery, free labor to build the country. But it was built on chattel slavery.
That wasn't really advocated by the founding fathers. However,
but it happened.
I mean, if you want to name,
also some of the founding fathers owned slaves. What are you talking about?
That doesn't mean they advocated for it.
What? What type of defense is this? What the fuck are you talking about?
They're insane.
Are you okay right now? Like, are you like okay? Like genuinely, like what made you think about that? What made you say some stupid shit like that? That's ridiculous.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was stupid. Do you advocate for astronomical
Sammy, think
gas
of the galaxy.
taxes?
Wait, so you're saying they owned people as slaves, but you're saying they just didn't advocate for it? Is that supposed to be like a
name one piece of the Constitution that advocated for it?
The 13th Amendment.
One founding document.
The 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment advocates. Yes, it's still avocation if it made it legal.
Yeah, plus like them owning people as wait, I'm sorry. You can't say that that's not a.
But we regulate.
You're just
right?
dishonest. You're just being dishonest when you don't.
How is that dishonest?
When you're trying to dismiss the idea that founding fathers owned slaves by saying they quote unquote didn't advocate for it, that's a ridiculous thing to argue. You understand? They owned people as slaves, and that was foundational to their views because they specifically were okay with owning people as property.
I wouldn't say that's an advocation by definition. Like, it's not saying like, hey, everybody
Abraham
needs
Lincoln
to.
advocated. Abraham Lincoln advocated for slavery.
I mean, just because his reasons
Is he not declared a founding father?
like I was trying to say, just because his reasonings for you know, going to war wasn't.
But like that would be
directly
application,
to
right? He
liberate
literally
the
said
slaves.
if he could actually save the Union without freeing the slaves, then he would do so. Like, he didn't care about freeing the slaves. Like, again, multiple founding fathers, quote unquote, advocated for it.
Well, that, I mean, you can't say quote unquote because there's no quote unquote advocation.
Well, you're trying to go by the actual terminology just because they didn't go out on campaign trails and have dissertations and all this other stuff. Like, that's disingenuous. They were favorable towards the slavery. Like,
I wouldn't
being
say that's
favorable,
disingenuous, right?
that's super disingenuous.
What about the North versus the South, right?
That's super that's super disingenuous because they could have actively fought against it and tried to abolish it, but they abided with it, and then even not only participated in slavery, but some of them said that they are for slavery. So, like, that's disingenuous. What up, Matt?
Wait, can I ask you a question though?
Oh, hold up.
I
Can we let
want to hear from Matt.
Matt,
Yeah,
say
I
something
won't
quick.
stay long. I promise I won't stay long. You said something, Sleep, that is factually incorrect. The slavery or the in the Constitution, it is mentioned 4 times, and each time it is advocated for. In Article 1 and in Article 4, it's advocated as a 3/5 compromise. It's advocated as a fugitive slave and as the slave trade clause. Both those times it's advocated. Not once is it mentioned negatively. It's only mentioned in how to regulate it. So the Constitution,
like I said,
as
that's
the
not an
point,
advocation,
is,
that's a regulation,
no, actually
right?
it is, because in not banning it, in not making it clear that they are disagreeing with it, they are showing how they're regulating it and making so that it can go forward. Like the whole premise of the 3/5 compromise was to make sure that it was going, because the states would not have ratified it if slavery was gone away. So Santana's point is exactly correct.
Okay, so that actually brings me back to the analogy is like, we do not advocate for people drinking and then driving, right? But we regulate it. We do not want people to drink any alcohol before driving, right? But we have to make rules to, limit the consequences, right? So like that's
we did actually
fair,
ban
right?
alcohol actually at one point. So we did actually
And that
say
didn't
yes,
work
we're
out
going
because
to, it didn't work out, and then we came back and said
there are
okay.
points of alcohol that are
And then what did we
positive rather
do?
than
Then we
just all being
repealed that
negative.
amendment, and then we said it's okay to drink alcohol, but you only have to do it in certain ways, right? Same thing here. It's okay to have slaves, but you have to do it in certain ways. So your point of alcohol lines up exactly with my point.
And even when you talk when Matt talks about the okay, when Matt talks about the okay of owning slaves, I mean, let's not pretend like the 13th Amendment and the private prison system isn't overwhelmingly like $1 billion business every year. Like, people live off the private prison system. So yeah, people are advocating. That's why they continue to buy stocks, and that's why Core Civic is such a massive company. It's because people are advocating for slave labor in order to make progressions for themselves.
I mean, there may be a correlation, but that doesn't necessarily point to a causation.
Okay. So I don't know what your argument is. That's really like a weird thing to say. They're literally saying within the context of the Constitution, this is how you maintain and regulate it. And you're like, oh, they're not advocating for it as a fundamental tenet, or they're not advocating for it as a foundational element. Well, while they literally were people, some of them that owned people as slaves. So like, I don't understand what your argument is here. I think this is obviously absurd. Like, why would you even try to argue this? Like, what's your point with this?
I mean, my point is just specifically when they bring up the prison system isn't meant to really provide for society. It's more so less a punishment. But my My
Well,
point
that's why we
is,
need to
as far as
abolish the standard prison system and reform it and ensure that we are getting people back as intricate parts of society, like other northern Nordic countries have done just that. And there's higher success rates as far as integrating people back into society, where we just have a actual perpetual motion of people re-entering the private prison system, being used for free slave labor, and then causing harms to others. Like, we should work on trying to help people instead of just issuing punishment.
I mean, the original point, right, was illegal immigration and saying that immigration is important for America, which I don't disagree with, right? Illegal immigration seems to be the problem, right? Because there is a process for it, and whether or not you agree with it, there are rules that need to be put in place. There are necessary rules.
Okay. So if you're talking about for immigration, of course, for people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, we should deport individuals that meet that criteria. But if someone hasn't committed a violent or bad crime, I see no reason to deport them. We should give them a pathway to citizenship. I think that's the best way to incentivize most people to go through the legal process while also simultaneously making that legal process go quicker.
The initial crime is crossing the border without the proper process.
Yeah, but
right?
like that's not a crime that I think is that big of a deal.
Dude. I get it sucks, right? The process probably takes a long time and is probably pretty rigorous, and I would understand that, you know. But at the same time, there are rules in place for a reason.
Okay, so you would have to say the same thing for Donald Trump going through the due process rights for undocumented immigrants, because he's not willing to do that because it takes too long to go through the legal court process. And secondly, you'd also have to acknowledge that Donald Trump's a convicted felon and that you guys didn't put him in prison because you guys voted for him, because he would have gone to prison if you guys didn't vote for him and get him into the position of presidency.
You can argue that hypocrisy, but I mean, whether or not on that specific point we agree just due to the details of the case, but at the same time, when it comes to that specific policy as far as illegal immigration, they have already broken a law. Like, I mean, the due process is necessary. I agree, but to say that. I lost my train of thought, but appreciate the time.
Okay.
Did you just quit? Wait, are you quitting?
I didn't quit. No.
It sounds like you just.
No, I just wanted to
take
make
a knee.
If I was
take a knee,
if I was
take a
gonna
water
be-
break. Holy
if I was
smokes!
gonna-
Don't just
if I was
quit.
gonna be kicked, dude. If I was gonna be kicked, I just at least wanted to make sure that I appreciate.
No
the
one
time.
was about to kick you.
Yeah,
what
like,
just happened?
Did you think I was about to just kick you or something?
I mean, I don't know, to be honest.
Okay, all right. I wasn't thinking about it.
I'm
either.
not an entertainer, dude. Like, I don't know what's engaging. I don't know.
We just want you to make your argument.
We just want to have a conversation about why you support Trump. See, this just happens to be something that people then click on, right? We're not. So, like, I'm just asking, why do you support Trump? And you're trying to tell me. If we can go back into it, like, could you name like maybe a policy of Trump's that you like that he specifically advocated for?
Yeah, I mean, aside for closing the borders and being a little more strict on it, I would say as far as keeping men out of women's spaces.
So you voted for the guy that bragged
There's
about
another
walking into
policy.
the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, and Donald Trump would barge in order to be able to limit that from happening?
I mean, whether or not that was the case, I'm not disagreeing that was the case back then, but if he's advocating for that not to be the case in the future, I agree with that. And that should include him as well, right? So he should not be in those spaces.
Okay,
but
but
if
like-
he's advocating for that be policy, that should also include him as well. And I agree with that. Like,
I have a
that's-
question.
What is wrong with that?
Yeah, if your goal is to hold people accountable for evading taxes, would you put a person in the position of power to hold people accountable who evades taxes themselves?
That's another thing, right? Like, I don't know if you remember his debate with Hillary
I'm just
Clinton.
asking.
That's the thing, though, is it's not sure. Like, you can consider evading taxes, but at the same time, these loopholes were put in. These loopholes were put in place for a reason, right?
What do you think I'm saying?
You're saying he avoided taxes, but he's saying
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. I don't know, put it in layman's terms, I suppose. I'm kind of a simpleton.
Okay, alrighty. So I'm just saying you wouldn't put someone in a position of power to hold people accountable for tax evasion if they've committed tax evasion themselves, correct?
Do they have policies against tax evasion and say they were going to abide by them?
Someone who is actively and unapologetically engaged in that behavior is... Okay, let me give you a better example. Someone that runs a corrupt business, would you trust them to not run a corrupt business?
I mean, I guess that's kind of like a blanket statement. Do they know how to run a not corrupt business?
Oh my god. Okay, a serial murderer. Okay, if someone's a serial murderer, would you put them in charge of holding people accountable for murdering people?
More than likely not.
No, you wouldn't. Right? Maybe that would be a conflict of interest, right? So, like, why would you put
what
someone
sort of tax evasion has
if
he
you want to
actually
prevent men from being in women's spaces? Why would you want to put someone who is a man that openly bragged about walking into women's spaces to perv on them without their consent, and who violates their consent all the time to be able to do that? If you want accountability there, it seems like that guy's not going to do it for you.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, what is the quote where he bragged about that?
Yeah. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. I'll play the audio for you right now if you want to hear it.
Please, yeah.
I got you.
To do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Thank you, everyone.
How do you feel with that?
I mean, that last part where he says I can get away with things like that, like, yeah, sure, that's a humble brag, but at the same time, he does have a duty. But no,
You said a humble brag. What do you mean a
Has
duty?
a duty to do what?
A duty to do what? Perv on women without their consent who are naked and changing?
That's the thing, it's not without their consent.
It
right?
is.
He is expected to go make the inspections, but
he's not.
when he sees
No,
it-
he's not. No, he's not.
You
There are
guys
no
use
men
this
around.
excuse all the time. It's so fucking weird when you guys try to justify it. Like running coverage for a fucking rapist is
I
wild.
literally just said I
No.
don't think he should do it for personal
but that's not his
reasons.
duty. That's literally not it. Like owners of beauty pageants don't just go say, "I'm just gonna go back and check it out and make sure everything's okay." Like that's
you
Donald
made the
Trump was a
claim, though.
billionaire. He's a billionaire. He has people to do that. If he wanted people to actually you hire people to do that, he wouldn't do that himself. That's such a stupid argument.
Okay, sure. He should have hired a professional to ensure the safety of his
So now he's security as well.
I don't know that business, right? Like I'm not an expert in that, but at the same time, from a moral standpoint, no, I don't think he should be doing that himself. You're right, sure.
Okay, so given that that's the case, why do you still support him? When he does that, he's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He sexualized his daughter on countless occasions. This guy has a literal pattern of behavior of engaging in this particular behavior unapologetically, continually. Why do you support this guy?
I wouldn't say continuously. You showed me one example, but at the same time, like I said, like he has put in more policies that have been helping a lot more people. Just because, and if he is convicted,
Name the
of
policy.
Anything. Name the policy.
Yeah.
I don't know the name of the policy, but I'm gonna tell you that when he promised to close up the borders, help that out. When he promised
He didn't do
no
it.
more wars, I get that.
He didn't do that
we
either.
Now have
What do
gotten
you
into
wait?
another
You did
war.
not just say that. He promised no new wars. We're in a war right now that he started.
Did he start it
Yes.
directly?
Yes.
Netanyahu had nothing to do with it.
Israel got Trump into the war, and Trump is a part of that decision. What are you talking about?
Sure, I don't necessarily agree with that. Okay, but at the same time, like America in and of itself isn't looking for new wars.
What are you talking about? We're at war right now with Iran. What are you talking about, dude?
Also, the U.S. is
No,
always
not-
actively looking for a new war.
Literally. Like what?
I just thought you just admitted that Netanyahu was a primary cause of America getting into
But
this
Trump
war
is
with
a
Iran.
part of that decision, dude. Because Biden
Okay.
said no to Israel under Biden's administration when they wanted us to preemptively strike to strike Hezbollah.
I mean, how did that work out? Pretend I don't know.
They said no. Biden said no.
I was to say pretend like you don't know.
Yeah, and it was bad.
We
It
don't
was
have to
bad
pretend.
intelligence. It was bad intelligence, as they found out. So, to be clear,
Was it?
right? It was. So, to be clear, literally, Biden was able to say no. Trump is apparently so sleepy that he can't say no. Right? He's got to say yes, apparently, or he's auto penned by Israel. Israel's the auto pen apparently for Trump's administration.
I mean, okay. So, I mean, I guess riddle me this. I mean, I would have preferred Trump over Kamala.
But why?
Are you still saying Kamala would have done a better?
Oh
better
yeah,
job?
Yes.
it would have been so much better.
What
At
policy
the
she
very
brought
least,
up
we
that
wouldn't be
would've-
where we are today. Like we can't substantiate like the overarching positives, but we damn sure can say we wouldn't have the negatives.
We can definitely say we'd be in a better position than we would be today. Yeah.
What policy has she promoted that would have been better?
$6,000
I mean-
child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin. All right, we can point to the public option, universal access to healthcare. All right, those are great policies.
Yeah, boy.
I love the energy. No, I'm not disagreeing that those would be decent policies, right? As far as like what insulin, what has it gone down lately?
So again, the $35 cap on insulin for everyone would be preferable, right? We're saying that you have to cap these things in order to actually ensure that the prices are going to go down. Just asking these companies to bring down the prices is not a reliable way of bringing those prices down. And prices have gone up actually because of literally tariffs.
Yeah, pharmaceuticals
Okay.
actually
So
on that
I mean,
have, yeah.
you're against capitalism?
No, I'm a social democrat. So I believe in capitalism existing, but we need to have strong social safety nets and regulations to ensure that the bad elements that exist of capitalism that manifest without those restraints don't manifest.
That's fair, but I mean, who arbiters the caps on these things?
We do with the government.
I mean, fair. So then, if we're
So
relying on
all we're really
representatives,
saying is that
then
we're going to use the abilities of the government to benefit the lives of the American people. That's all we're saying. We're willing to do it.
Okay, all right. No, that's fair. So you're relying on a representative to kind of make those decisions, make those things happen.
Yeah, to benefit the American people. We think that the government can be used to benefit the people. And if it's used in a manner in which it's negatively impacting the people, we want to stop that from happening and make it in a manner in which it benefits the people. Because that's the role of the government, is to ensure safety, security, right, well-being, happiness, and overall stability long-term for our country, right? That's the goal of the government.
So then, do you think people should kind of just like vote on all of these things individually as a
I
true
think that
democracy?
I think that that's like doesn't make sense to do because we don't have time in our lives to each individually vote on this. We already don't involve ourselves in the elections to enough of an extent right now
Nor
with
the
it just being
information.
representatives, nor do we have the information. So I don't think that individually we should vote on everything like that, but we need to hold our politicians accountable so that we have genuine people in politics specifically that are representing us. So it's
Money out
more
of
about like we
politics,
need to look
people.
for genuine people and we need to involve ourselves to that extent, but not to the extent where we need to be running every single aspect of government. That's just like not a feasible thing.
How much
Even
would
for
you
me,
like
that
to
wouldn't be feasible, and
limit
this
the
is my
government?
job. What's up?
How much would you like to limit the government then?
How much would I like
As
to
far as
limit the government?
as far as making decisions for us, right?
Yeah, like in ways in which negatively impact the people, right? I don't want the government to do things that harm people, and it often does.
Sure.
So you can take both things into consideration. Both truths can be evident, right? It could be true that the ways the government have been used in some ways have been inefficient, bad, and harmful, and the ways the government has been used in other ways has been positive and beneficial, and that we can create more ways in which the government is positive and beneficial. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to take on all of those negative attributes of all of the bad times in which we use the government in the wrong way.
Okay. So then, in that fair perspective, were there any things that you personally would have changed in the last administration? Were there any things that you disagreed with?
Oh, there are lots of things I disagree with. I can point to specifics. Do you want me to like list through everything or just list through a few?
Just a few.
Okay. Yeah, so I disagree with the position that they have on Israel. I'm not a supporter of the state of Israel or in Zionism. I don't believe in ethno-states, so I believe in states with equal rights. That's what I believe in. And I also don't think that we should be fighting forever wars on behalf of the state of Israel, which is clearly what Israel is trying to get Trump into and was trying to get Biden into prior. So I think that our relationship there is bad. I also disagree with their position on immigration to some extent. For people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, I think they should be deported. But if you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, you should be given a pathway to citizenship where you don't have to leave the country. And it should be and that should be a quick process. That's what I believe in. That's different.
That's fair. So then, would you also then be able to point? I mean, but since you said you supported Biden over Trump, was there anything in Biden's past that you probably disagree with, as far as maybe his comments?
Of course.
So then, would it not technically kind of be hypocrisy as far as like, hey, just because Trump said and did these things, maybe I don't advocate for them, but I advocate for certain policies. It kind of would be a fair comparison for me to ask those things of you, and still I wouldn't criticize you for supporting Biden over Trump, even though Biden had done and said some things that are probably pretty disagreeable with the general public.
Yeah, but the point that I would make is that for Donald Trump, he's done things that are disqualifying, right? And doesn't take accountability, apologize, or try to address these behaviors at all, right? Whereas Biden, specifically, when he's engaged in racism in the past, has acknowledged his behavior, has actively advocated against that, and has tried to perpetuate action against that, right? So I think that there's a difference in the way they act. But the point that I would then make is that in the scenario where it's Trump versus Biden, you're voting against Trump in that scenario. There's no other option. So Biden's clearly the preferable candidate in that scenario. But if you're voting Kamala Harris versus Trump, Trump is a racist, Trump is bigoted, Trump has sexually abused women, Trump has literally done all of these horrible things, tried to undermine our country, our democracy, called for the execution of some Democrats. Clearly, Kamala Harris is the preferable position to stand by.
Also, I mean, when we talk about Donald Trump, the thing that we always talk about is the consistent and persistent actions, right? It's not a silo. It's not him doing something one time. It's not a history where he realized that he messed up and he's worked to try to make corrections. Like, no one's holding him accountable for being perfect, but he lacks the ability to not only acknowledge the wrong things that he's done, but he lacks the ability to actually look to make amends and actively no longer do those things anymore. Those are the problems, and that's why we look to hold him accountable.
All right. So when you assert that he is a racist, I mean his programs and whatnot to hire more people of color or other races or whatnot.
What program?
Not necessarily going with
What program?
DEI.
What program?
You caught me on that because I don't know the name of it.
Because there's not one. There's nothing
Okay,
Donald Trump
sure.
has did.
I mean,
there's nothing that Donald Trump has did to advocate for better social economic standards for marginalized communities. Nothing. There's nothing. You can talk about him cutting funding to HBCUs. You can talk about the quote unquote attack on DEI and the fact that over 4,000 black women have lost their jobs in the first year of him being in as president. You can talk about him overwhelmingly harming, the brown people, specifically with Hispanic people within the community. You could talk about the fact that the Supreme Court has officially okayed racial discrimination. Racial profiling when it comes to ICE deportation. Like he's literally trying to whitewash the history and remove slavery from the actual museums throughout the U.S. So like there's nothing that he's actively doing trying to promote or help anyone with any marginalized community. He's attacking the queer community as a whole, right? Specifically targeting transgender people, and hell, some Republicans are trying to overturn Obergefell. Like, there's no instance of a marginalized community that's being bolstered by Donald Trump at all. That's not what he put Nazis and white supremacists in power. Like, nothing he's doing is a positive.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, a couple things there. As far as DEI, I don't think it necessarily helps marginalized communities as
What's
much
DEIA?
as we really think. I'm sorry?
What's DEIA?
Diversity, equity, inclusion. I don't know.
Yeah. So, like, I honestly don't even want to have the. Yeah, like people, the only reason you know DEI is because it's been weaponized. It's DEIA is the reason why they leave the A out is because the accessibility is such a huge portion of it. And if they can leave out the A, then they not only marginalize people with disabilities, but it actually gives them the ability to say, well, it's something that's just about race. And it's not about race. It's about so much more. But the only reason you know DEI is because they've weaponized the term. It has an etymology. Before it was DEI, it was CRT, critical race theory. Before it was critical race theory, it was BLM, Black Lives Matter. Before it was Black Lives Matter, it was the word thug. Before the word thug, it was the word boy. And before the word boy, it was the N word. It's just people weaponizing the term DEI to say that black people didn't earn something. Like, that's why they talk about DEI candidate Kamala Harris. That's why they talk about DEI pilots with the black pilots. You don't know what DEIA is, and like, I honestly, whatever you were about to say, I'm sure wasn't relevant.
Oh, I mean, as far as DEI, I mean, I think meritocracy is probably a little.
That's what DEI
a little better
is.
of it. Well, is it though? Because
DEIA is
really
literally
kind
a
of
merit-based system.
Point
It's
to like a we need to have this percentage of this.
That's
this
not
group of
DEIA.
people.
I just said I jumped ahead of your argument to try to stop you from making it, but you're still going to make it. DEIA is a merit-based system. It's removing biases. If you want to get the best practical example of DEIA is, do you know what a blind resume is?
Yeah.
Okay. So a blind resume, which removes all indicating factors from the resume, and so you just get the meat of what the actual person brings. That's DEIA. Like, that's literally DEIA.
I mean, this would kind of go back to what was it, 1975 or something like that, where they had to put a policy in place that
affirmative action.
made sure
Affirmative
that-
action is not DEIA.
No, I'm
Those
not
are
talking
two
about
separate
affirmative
things.
action. I'm not talking about affirmative action. I'm talking about when it comes to women being able to take out loans and accrue debt, etc. They were allowed to do that before. Banks were not they just weren't regulated as far as like, oh, like we can just say no because you're a woman, you're not working, but they made a policy, right, saying like, okay, well, just the fact that you're a woman, we cannot we cannot discriminate you based on that fact. But if they weren't working, they would be able to, withhold loans or whatnot based on that. So now we're just kind of
What's
like
the
extending
actual
it to
what's
race
the
as far
actual law
as
that was put in place for that? What are you talking about?
Dude, if I had
Because
another device to look it
before
up,
a
'cause if I
certain point,
exit out
it
of
was
this,
before a
dude,
certain
I won't be
point,
able to
it
do
wasn't that women had the ability to actually do it and they were discriminated against. It was that women legally couldn't have their own bank accounts.
That's incorrect.
No, that's that's facts.
That's
Women
not,
legally
I'm sorry.
couldn't. Where's the first
They-
first place that the first woman had her own checking account, or I'm sorry, not checking account, access to her own credit card, debit card?
That's the thing, is that's as far as credit card, debit card, those are two very different things, because debit card is an
In the
account that you already
1970s,
own money.
I
But
can
as
get the
far as
specific
credit,
date. Women
as far
prior
as you get to
to
credit, that is money that is debt.
1974,
That
Santana.
they were not
1974.
allowed to accrue debt. If
1974 in
anything,
New
that's a
York. Prior to that,
privilege,
women couldn't,
because they
like-
were allowed to own property, they were allowed to get education.
No,
they
the
were
fuck they
allowed to-
weren't. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
they were. Look it up. That's a quick Google
So-
search. They were definitely allowed to
Yes.
get
Okay.
educated. They were definitely allowed
Okay.
to own
So
property.
wait.
They were definitely allowed to
Wait.
inherit
If women
wealth.
could do all that, then why was there an amendment added to the Constitution that gave them the right to vote?
Why?
Yes,
Because
if they could do all of
I'm-
that, why did there have to be an amendment to give women the right to vote?
Well, that's funny that you should ask that, because they didn't want the right to vote, because they knew that there needed to be a
Oh my
separation,
fucking
because women
God.
have this very
Answer the
specific
question.
societal duty.
Answer the question, Sleep.
Okay, because
If they could do all of it, why
John D.
did there have to be an
Rockefeller-
amendment to the Constitution to give women the right
Because
to
the
vote?
Rockefeller said, "Hey, we can tax twice the population if we get more and more people into the workplace."
Okay, so I have a question. Do you think women should have the right to vote?
I don't think most people should have the right to vote.
So you don't think you should have the right to vote?
That's different, right? Property owners, stakeholders, head of household, people that have to conscribe to
Can the
forced military
can the head of
conscription.
household be women?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can they be forced to military conscription?
Okay, so do you
I
think that,
don't think it's one
I don't think
or
I don't
the
think
other. I
anyone
think
should
you
be
have to
forced to
have-
military. I don't think anyone should be forced to military conscription.
He wants
So
to
then
go
what
back.
happens-
No, Parker.
what
He wants
happens
to go
when
back
we
to the
don't
actual
have
creation
enough
of the
people
Constitution,
to
where it was
defend
white
the
men that
country?
own land. Like that's literally what you're advocating. White men that own land. That's how
That's
the
actually
Constitution was
also
written.
just historically inaccurate.
That's literally how it was written.
There were black people that owned land as well.
The
Or, sorry,
only
BLK,
people,
or
the
I'm
only
trying to use
people
the right
that had
terminology
full
here.
rights under the Constitution when it was written were white men that own land. Literally, everyone else has received rights
more,
after that.
It was more restricted under religion.
Okay.
This guy doesn't know shit.
I'm just gonna kick him. I don't want to do this anymore.
He doesn't know anything.
I don't want to do that anymore. That was just brutal. I have a lot of people to thank, everyone. Do give me a quick minute, everyone. Do give me a quick minute. Ronald, thank you so much for the $6.68. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Ronald. I really appreciate it. Lacey, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. I totally get you there. Liliana, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And some W's for them in the comment section. Braden, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Fossey, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I did hear about that and reported on that yesterday. It's absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. As well as Katarina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I'm so glad that I'm able to be there. Thank you so much, Katarina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Margaret, thank you for the $25. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. Kyle, thank you for the $2. Monty, thank you so much. Really appreciate the thank you for the $1. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bill, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1 twice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to check into that. Jordan, thank you so much for the $10. Hashim, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. And Tom, thank you for the $4. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that's very true, Caitlin. That's very true. I totally agree. Alrighty, I have some people to thank over on YouTube, but I just want to make sure to get up the next person here really quick. Alrighty, to give me a quick moment, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. How long do y'all have to stay here?
I can hang out for one more.
Alrighty,
I have
alrighty.
plenty of time.
Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Drake May! Oh, Drake May! Oh, Drake May!
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Also, Drake May sucks.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Do give us a quick minute, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Alrighty.
David, thank you so much for the 5. Lyric, thank you so much for the 15. I appreciate you. Kimberly, thank you so much for the 10. David, thank you again for the 10. Kaylee, thank you for the 5. And Lois, thank you so much for the 5.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 20. I have a
support
couple
Trump?
of questions for midterms.
Okay. Alrighty, everyone. We're not accepting questions right now. We are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are parking.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. I'm just going to tell people right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. If you don't meet that criteria, I will block you. Just letting you know, you will get blocked. I'm not answering questions right now. We're not adding up
Also-
people who don't meet that criteria. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. I'll give you about 5 seconds to leave the guest box. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Otherwise, you will get blocked.
Also, I'll just say this, like the reason people are here, like the reason everyone's watching right now is because you guys love the Parker debates. And if you love his debates, like please respect his boundaries. Looking for debates and trying to ensure that we can keep the live moving is super important. And when you hop in a box to say, oh, I want to ask a question, or, oh, I'm just going to troll. If you actually appreciate the space, or if you enjoy the live, like you doing that is nothing but harmful. Like you're literally stopping the reason for being here. So please don't do that. Respect his boundaries.
Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 20 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and what month?
April.
And how old are you again?
20.
You wouldn't be 20. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the TikTok screen. If you don't, you will get blocked, everyone.
We played Adopt Me in My Dream. Please, let's play Adopt Me in Real Life.
Okay, you're getting blocked as well. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Otherwise, you will get blocked.
When did you last shit, Parker?
Okay, why do they keep doing that, bro?
Also, like it's not funny. You guys suck as trolls. Like fucking go workshop the stuff that you're saying. Like you're not funny. Just fucking cut it out.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I just like his how he is politically when he makes decisions for the country.
Oh, actually, wait. Can I thank some people over on YouTube and then we can go on to our conversation?
Yeah, go
Just give me a
ahead.
quick second, real quick. Actually, I haven't caught up on YouTube the whole stream. Actually, Chip, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry I've been behind everyone. Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. DK, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we some W's for them in the comment section right now? Seriously though, I don't know. I don't even know if they understood that. Definitely true. Devin as well. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Can we some W's for them in the comment section right now? As well as Daniel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Happy birthday to your husband. Absolutely. as well as Brand, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mary, thank you for the $5. Janice, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Joe, thank you for the $10 and for the $5. Thank you very much. VRL, thank you so much. I really appreciate the €10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. M1, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Andy, thank you for the $5. Silver, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Julie, thank you for the $5. Joe with the $2. Linall, thank you for the $5. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Captain, thank you so much for the appreciate the $2. Linall, thank you for the 5. Trevor with the 2. Joe, thank you so much for the 5. And Papa, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As DK as well, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. And Megaroni, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. I think I'm fully caught up. If I missed your donation, I really do apologize, everyone. I think I am fully caught up.
I'm just gonna say really quick, Heather, thank you so much for the 5 for the daily hugs. I'm gonna bow out because I've seen this show, and I'm gonna let you and Matt have this headache because yeah, have fun with Marcus. I'll see you guys.
Alrighty, good seeing you.
He's known.
Yeah.
Oh, he's known. Okay, that'll be interesting.
Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I like his political decisions, and I believe he is patriotic and that he loves his military. And me being a veteran, that is a good thing to have a president that loves the military and respects it.
Okay, so you want someone that's patriotic and it loves the military. So how do you feel about him saying that John McCain is not a war hero because he was captured?
That is his own opinion.
That's what he said.
And John McCain is probably like a candidate that would be a possibility that could be going up against him. So of course he's gonna bad talk his candidates or not candidates, but like people that will go up against him.
Nope, John McCain wasn't going up against him at this point.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if anybody that has,
but even so, that's not an okay thing to say. He said he's not a war hero because he was captured.
I didn't say it was an okay thing.
He also said that veterans are suckers and losers. He also dodged the draft on countless occasions by making it the idea that he has bone spurs, right? Because he went to someone specifically that worked for his dad.
Oh, do we know exactly for sure that he does not have bone spurs?
Well, it was literally someone that worked for his dad. So, yeah.
So you're just gonna say that it's bias, and then that's
absolutely
for not having bone spurs.
Absolutely, I think that's not a legitimate thing.
That's not definitive proof, though. That's your opinion, making it because it's the occupation that he had. That who he was hired by.
I'm very curious. Would someone involved in the procedure who later on came out and said that the doctor who gave that one diagnosis and thus the exemption said that they made it up for Trump's benefit, would that count?
Yeah, that would count.
Okay, because the doctor that did it, he had some helpers who were like making him do it, and later on they came out and said that they did it as a favor to Fred Trump.
Okay, so
to keep him out of Vietnam.
That would be proof that that's medical malpractice, correct?
And also of Trump, like, not wanting to go to the draft because he didn't want to fight in Vietnam.
I mean, millions of Americans dodged the draft. I mean, it's not for everybody, and most people don't want to give their life away for.
So now you're saying that you're okay with draft dodging?
With draft dodging back then in those type of wars, yeah, like.
Wait, hold on. What's the difference between?
You gotta be patriotic.
Vietnam?
You gotta love the military. You gotta want to fight for this country like you've never seen before. But dodge the draft. Actually, it's okay. It's okay if he did that. Actually, I'm okay. I'm happy if he did that. Actually, I'll still vote for him.
What is wrong with it?
Exactly what's wrong with it? Actually,
you might possibly be saving your own life if you do dodge the draft.
Then those who fled from duty when they went to Iraq, they were totally okay, right? Because that was a shit war, right? We had no purpose of being there. We had lied to about that war, so then it was okay for. Do what?
That war was a bad war.
Would you then also say that with the Iran war? Would you say that people specifically shouldn't want to go to the Iran war?
I feel like if somebody doesn't want to go to any war, then I mean that they shouldn't be forced to.
Okay, so there shouldn't be a draft. Okay, is essentially what you're arguing at all. Okay.
Sure.
So at least what you can see that Donald Trump doesn't love the military.
No, he does.
He's literally engaged in saying the most horrible things about them. He literally said that veterans are suckers and losers. You know that, right?
He was okay. What was the context? Because it could be a joke. It could be him bullshitting. Like Trump has said a lot of dumb stuff. Let's just put it that way.
I'm pretty sure the context was he was in Normandy, France, at the very famous cemetery, and that's when he said it. And he said it to a general, who then reported back to us. So, I mean, the context makes it worse.
Okay, that's pretty bad. But
Yeah, like on
any
hallowed
statement
ground.
doesn't mean that you hate the military.
I would argue saying on one of the most sacred cemeteries that we have, that saying that dead soldiers are like suckers and losers, and saying it to a general, I think that shows how you feel.
Sure, but he's also done other things that would contradict that.
Okay. Like what?
Like this.
Like cutting the VA.
I'm talking like the military members that pay the ultimate sacrifice that come back home, and he's always there when they come off the
Cutting
plane.
the VA. He's
What?
always there cutting the VA. Cutting
No, I'm talking
employees
about-
off the VA. Like
Okay,
you've
I
never
was an
seen
honor
before.
guard.
Number
honor
one,
guard.
baby.
There's a
Number
whole
one.
procedure
Firing
when you bring back-
employees for the VA.
Okay, why you pivoting, Parker? I'm talking about Donald Trump being at the tarmac when the plane lands to bring the military members home.
Isn't that a
paid
basic
the
though?
ultimate sacrifice.
Shouldn't all presidents do that though?
Yeah,
Biden
you're
did it,
right. They
Obama did it,
should,
Bush did
but
it.
not all presidents have.
Not all presidents do it at the time. I'm pretty sure that Trump has skipped some, by the way. Like he hasn't gone to every single one.
Sure.
Yes.
But-
Okay. So then your whole point is moot because all presidents go to them, and not all presidents go to every single one. And Trump is following the same pattern. It doesn't prove that he likes them any more than any other president.
He could choose to not go to any at all.
Yes, he could, but your point is that he loves the military. I'm saying that him going to some once or twice doesn't prove that he loves the military, because most presidents do that. So your point means nothing.
In your opinion.
No, I think I made a good case for it, because it's what all presidents do. He hasn't been to all of them. It's part of a pattern. It's expected. I don't see how that shows that he's in fact a great president for the military.
Well, I served under him, and I appreciated my time while he was the president. My commander-in-chief.
I mean, congratulations, but still, that doesn't prove that he loves the military. You could love him, but he may not love you.
Yeah, but I also wasn't put up in a parking garage, while serving on duty. Under Biden, there were hundreds of military members that were sleeping in a parking garage. Do you remember that? That was pretty awful.
I didn't see that. I'd
It
have
was
to
amazing.
see. But do you think that Trump would create better conditions for veterans?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. What policy did Trump pass that bettered the conditions for veterans?
I'm not sure. I'm not sped up on policies.
Okay. Alrighty. So can you mention?
So he did do
how
it.
about
We
this?
don't know how.
Let me ask him this question. Can you mention any policy that Trump passed that materially benefited the American people, or anything that he did that materially benefited the American people?
Yeah, the big beautiful bill.
Okay. And can you name one provision within the big beautiful bill that you like?
No tax on tips.
Okay. That was bipartisan, supported by both sides. And all
That's
the tax
awesome. I
cuts
love
applicable
bipartisan.
within the bill, applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, Kamala Harris wanted to maintain.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. What did you say?
Yeah, all
about
all
Kamala
the
Harris?
tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year is something that Kamala Harris wanted to maintain.
Okay. Did Donald Trump change that? Did Trump change that?
What do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm asking because I don't know.
What have I argued so far?
You argue that Trump is not a good president, pretty much.
Okay, and what did
That
I
he hates the
specifically say?
military. What was that last segment?
What did I specifically say? What can you mention any of my arguments so far?
That you believe that Trump hates the military because of the derogatory terms that he has made towards a general at a cemetery, the Normandy, France cemetery.
That's one.
Yeah. Anything else?
I mean, that's pretty much all we've debated so
I'm
far.
proud to be an American. So
Wait, what? Hold on. Why do debaters like yourself and Dean always go straight to insults? Like, can you debate without an insult?
I didn't insult. I just sung a song.
That was.
I'm proud to be an American.
Where at least I know I'm free.
Yeah, like you don't just like randomly get that like patriotic like feeling.
Of course, but it's not in a
America.
Yeah, that type of way.
I just every once in a while like I get that like, you know, that just like that patriotic, you know, feeling, you know.
That jolt, yeah, that
that jolt within me. Right?
Okay,
Aren't you
can we
supposed to
talk
like be
about irony?
patriotic and like love your country?
Okay, we're going off. We're not even debating anymore. Can we continue the debate?
Yeah, I mean, I was just asking if you think you should love your country, and you couldn't even answer the question.
What? I didn't hear you ask that question.
Yeah, I
Yes.
asked you if you think you should be, because you're not listening to me, bro. like actually, like you're not listening to that. Can you repeat to me anything I just said?
Yeah, you asked me, do I ever feel like just randomly singing a song and being patriotic?
Yeah,
I said yeah.
Because like you love this country, and like you want to
Yes,
be
I love this
patriotic.
country.
Do
Do you love
do
this
you feel like
country?
that? Of course.
Yes, I feel like I love this country.
Yeah, and that's why I can call out the horrible leaders that are running it right now.
Okay, but who is the alternative? If
Kamala
okay,
Harris was the alternative in the last election.
no, now I'm talking about now.
What do you mean?
Who is the okay? Let's just say we can get Trump
Like now
impeached.
we don't know who the candidate for Democratic primaries is going to be. If you're saying Trump gets impeached, it would be Vance that steps up.
Okay, so what is the Democratic Party doing to fix that?
To fix what?
The alternative, not having a Democratic Party alternative.
The alternative right now is voting for Democrats in the midterm right now, so that we can have a meaningful address of the what's it called, of people in Congress, right? Getting votes of people in Congress, so that we can actively hold the administration accountable and limit what they're going to do for the next few years until we can get a Democrat in the position of presidency in 2028.
Why?
Right through the election.
Why isn't Chuck Schumer stepping up to be like a candidate?
Fuck, I would
Chuck
never vote for
Schumer?
him.
Yeah.
He wouldn't get the
What?
He wouldn't
Isn't
get
he
any votes.
Democratic?
Yeah, no one is gonna support Chuck Schumer for president.
Just because they're Democrats, I mean that
But
we
he's
like them.
he's Democratic. I
Yeah,
thought
Just
name
because they're
me-
Democrats, I mean we like
Name
them.
me one person that has ever made the statement Chuck Schumer for president. I've never once seen it. I don't think I've actually
that's
ever
actually
seen
true.
that.
That's actually true.
I was just assuming because
Has there
he's a
ever been a
Democrat.
person that's been like Chuck Schumer for president?
Boo.
Come on, are you serious?
I was just assuming because he's a Democrat that you would
I think
support
I might
him.
be the first human being that's ever said that in in like their life. I
Okay,
don't
why
even
did-
think Chuck Schumer wants that.
But why? Okay, what about Kamala? Why did she quit mid mid election.
She didn't quit
She
mid-election.
didn't.
Where did you see that?
No, I'm sorry. It was Biden that quit mid-election, and then Kamala stepped up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Why?
And then
Because
why isn't Kamala still a candidate though?
We're not
What's
in
up
a
with that?
what?
we're not in an election year.
When
because
candidate
the election
loses-
already
We don't
happened,
hear
sir.
about. Okay, Kamala just kind of disappeared. She's not doing anything to keep
That's
her name
very
out there, be
typical,
like,
by the
"Yes,
way.
I'm-
That's very
I'm still
typical.
gonna run for president in 2028.
Why would
Have
she
you
make
heard
that
that?
announcement when there's 4 years to go and she
not 4
might
years
run
to
for
go.
governor of California? She might do other things. Maybe she wants to go back to her private life. She has to make a decision. Running for president is a big decision. She has 4 years to make that decision.
There's not 4 years left.
Well, there were 4 years after that election. Yes, now there's about like 2.5 to 3 years. So, okay, thank you. But like, still, she has plenty of time still to make that decision.
Yeah, but you don't wait until the last minute to be like, "Hey, I'm running for president."
People
You
usually
start at the
wait
beginning.
until
You
after
start-
the midterms.
You
That's
make it
that's
known
typical.
for 4 years, right? That way, like it's a
No,
for sure
you
thing.
don't. People start
You don't
to
want
announce
a
after the midterms.
wishy-washy candidate. Be like, I
Donald
don't
Trump
know
didn't
if I'm
even
gonna
announce until
run.
after the
I'll wait
midterms.
2 years.
Dude, you have I don't know how old you are. I totally forgot, but like you clearly haven't been paying attention. People don't announce they're running for president until after the like previous midterms. After the midterms, that's when presidential season starts, and then they announce like months later after that. They don't announce right after the election because then you have 4 years of doing nothing because it costs money to run a campaign. Millions and millions of dollars, and you can't just like just be in like this campaign mode for 4 fucking years.
Oh, but people that are in the Olympics do.
What? Here, can I ask you a question?
What?
The Olympics are every 4 years, and they train for 4 years. They don't wait until the last year
Here,
to start
can I ask you a
training.
question? Do you think
Sure.
that Iran poses a imminent nuclear threat?
Not imminent, but I do believe they do pose a nuclear threat, but not imminent.
Okay, so then what would be the justification for us going to war with Iran under your view?
Because we have allies, and they are attacking our allies.
Okay, they have allies and they're attacking our allies, but
No,
because
we
we
have
started.
allies. We have allies in our
Yeah, I
land.
understand. And you're saying Iran's because we attacked them, right?
Yeah,
So
it's
I'm
being
saying, why do
proactive.
we go to war with them?
We're being proactive
For what reason?
because they are a very dangerous country that is not ran with any type of legitimacy.
You mean like our country? Like our president? Like how our president tried to undermine the results of the 2020 election? And try to call for the termination of the Constitution? Tracy, think of the galaxy. And like tries to harm our country and has made every metric worse off. I mean, can you name one
Every
economic
metric?
metric that's better off since Trump got in office, for example?
Let's see. My pay went up as a veteran.
Okay, so I'm asking for one economic metric. That's not even saying that it went up accounting for inflation. If you look at real median wages, they are growing at a lower rate right now than they were in under Donald Trump's administration. Or sorry, under the Biden administration at the very end.
I actually watched a TikTok that debunked that.
Nope, no you didn't.
Dean said that, and somebody.
Oh, you watched Cam Higby?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys have no clue what you're talking about. Real median wages. By the way, what he was citing was average wages, not median
Average,
wages.
Okay.
There's a distinction between average and median.
You're right.
Yeah, apparently Cam Higby didn't know that.
Apparently not.
Yeah. He also can't do math either because when I gave him the math of literally the change, he still said the growth rate wasn't higher under Biden's administration. So I don't know why you're citing him. He also said it wasn't a dressing room that Donald Trump was saying he was barging into, even though he actively was admitting the certain context.
I listened
Well,
to
he
that. That
never
was
said
insane.
dressing room.
Yeah,
He
like
actually-
for example, if I told you I was sitting on something with a platform and with 4 legs, what would you think that I was sitting on?
It could be a chair, a sofa, a recliner, a bed.
But that inevitably it still would be a chair, right?
It could be any, but what kind of chair?
It doesn't matter what kind of chair. It just matters
Why
that
not?
it's a chair.
A recliner is a chair that has 4 legs, and then
Yeah.
a little plastic chair that you sit
Yeah.
in school.
But it's still a chair. This is irrelevant. The point is that it's a chair. You would expect it to be a chair, right? Because you described what a chair is. Okay?
Yes,
so
but
if
I
you're
can't
talking
be
about if you're talking
100%.
about somewhere backstage where no men are, where people are changing, where they're literally naked, where people have come out talked about the fact that they were changing rooms, that Donald Trump barged in.
Wait, he didn't barge in. For one, he said he was inspecting, and that
Yeah,
was his
that
job
was
to
his
barge
that was a
in.
joke of his because he was barging in to literally perv on them, right? That's what he was doing in this scenario. That's why he said he gets away with it. By the way, is that not a dressing room?
No, he said backstage.
That is clearly a dressing
What
room.
we don't know what backstage is.
Okay,
We
I'm
don't
sorry.
know
I'm
what it
sorry.
looks
I'm
like.
sorry. We do. So again,
So
because
you've been
victims have
backstage?
come out, because people
You've
who
been
were
backstage?
because people in these events came out and talked about the fact that Donald
you
Trump
seen
barged
pictures of
in.
backstage?
Wait, Donald Trump barged in the dressing rooms. That's what they said. The people who came out and talked about this. Not only that, but Donald Trump, what he described was a dressing room.
Okay,
Are
we do
dressing
see
rooms
testimony
backstage?
as full faith.
I have a
proof.
question. Are there dressing rooms backstage?
Yes, there are.
So saying backstage is not a reason to say it's not a dressing room.
Okay, but you can always turn it the other way around too. Just because you say backstage doesn't mean you're implying exactly a dressing room.
Yeah, but when you say no men are around, they're changing, they're naked, and then there are victims that come out say that they were dressing rooms, maybe that then tells you that there were dressing rooms.
Yeah, Marcus,
like, come on.
That's the point. Not only is it backstage, but men are not allowed in, and they're back there changing. What does that sound like?
That people are changing in a changing room that is backstage.
There you go! Woo! He got it, shot! Woo! Woo! He finally got it. So Cam Higby was wrong. Do you agree?
What did Cam Higby say?
He said it was we no reason to believe that it's a changing room because it's logically possible that it's not a changing room.
Because he called it a backstage. He never said changing room. And nobody knows that. Only Trump and the people that were backstage know that.
So he described what a changing room was. Okay, I'm sorry. We already clarified that. You already
He
agreed.
described what it is without saying the word, like changing room.
You know, he didn't describe anything. He just said backstage.
No, he didn't. He said, I go backstage where women are getting dressed and no other men are allowed. Those are his exact words. He's describing a changing room. Like, if I was to ask you, Marcus, describe to me what a changing room is for women. Like, how would you describe it, right? You would use those words, right?
Yeah,
Women
actually,
changing.
let's ask him that question. Go ahead. Describe what a women's changing room would be without saying women's changing room.
Sure. A small area that is enclosed that provide privacy.
Is that it?
That's it.
What else would you see in that circumstance? Would you see an area with no men around where women would be changing?
Yeah. Well, it depends on the privacy.
Okay. You understand that you understand that that's the point we're making is that I meant like this is an area where this is in, not that you would see that. You're not listening. And I don't know what you mean by depending on the privacy. Obviously, in the circumstance, it's clear that this is a changing room. You know exactly the context.
Okay, if we're talking about a locker room, that is still privacy. Yet you're still changing around your teammates.
Okay,
So
no
there is
no
a
men
level of
are
privacy.
around, right? Donald Trump's saying he's getting away with it.
Because he's the owner.
Okay.
That's why he's getting
That
away
doesn't
with
mean
it.
you can just walk into the changing rooms of women.
Wait, hold on.
If his
If he's
job is
the
to
owner, why would he have
inspect,
to get away with it? No,
then that is
Marcus,
his job.
Marcus, if he's the owner and he has a right to do it or it's in policy somewhere, why does he have to get away with it?
He's getting okay. My point is he's getting away with it because he is the owner and nobody else can do that.
Can I ask you a question?
Unless they're the owner.
If someone is an owner, right, and of a particular school, let's say a private school, right, and there are girls changing in the bathroom, right, for a particular sports event, do you think it would be justified for the guy to go in to just go look at them?
No, not at all.
Wait, but isn't that the
It would be
same context?
justified It would be justified if it's your job to inspect.
Wait,
And
wait,
that's
Wait,
what
hold on.
but
Trump
the
was
owner
saying.
said
Trump was
they're
saying it's
quote
his
unquote
job to
inspecting.
inspect.
But the owner said they're quote unquote inspecting it.
Also, Marcus, please point me to where in the rules or the policy or the job description for Donald Trump it says that that one of his duties is to inspect
Inspector, yeah.
changing women.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Can
inspector.
you
And
show
why
me
is he
that
inspecting
it
at
does
that
not
point in
say
time?
that?
Why can't he inspect after they're done changing?
Maybe he has to inspect the outfits.
While they're off of them?
Yeah,
No,
he literally said no clothes on.
he said no clothes
So
on.
he said no clothes on. So
Yeah, he
by the
did.
way, let's clarify. He's inspecting outfits that are on the ground that they're
Yeah.
trying to change
That
into.
are hanging up. Yeah.
No. If he said no clothes on, then disregard that statement.
Okay. Candace, think of the galaxy. So you don't support Trump anymore?
I just support him as a political party, but
So
not.
you support him even though you know that he bragged
about
about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent.
Parker. I will admit Trump is disgusting as a person, but as a president and his political views and his decision as a political, what would you call it? The position that he holds, I support that, but not him as a person. You take the title president away, he's nasty. He's disgusting. I wouldn't support him.
So you're okay with a nasty person being president then?
If they're doing well for the country, I'm sorry.
So do you have a limit on that?
Yeah, of course.
I'm just curious. Like if someone, I mean, what about Grape?
Yeah, there's a limit to that.
That's a limit?
Okay, so would you support Trump if you knew that he was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
I know what happened about the Eugene Carroll. Yeah,
The Eugene
we
Carroll.
were
So
trying to
do you still support Trump knowing that?
No, I told you I don't support him as a person.
Okay, so to
He's
clarify,
just-
like,
I
would
said
you
that he's disgusting.
when I say support him, I'm saying would you vote for him over Kamala Harris if the election were held today with the information that you have right now?
With the information I have right now, no, I would not.
You wouldn't vote for him?
No, I would not.
That's
With the
great to hear.
information now.
That's great to hear. I appreciate it, Marcus. Thank you so much, man.
Of course.
W's for Marcus in the comment section. We love that. We love seeing that. We love seeing that. Alrighty, everybody. Alrighty. That's amazing to hear. That's amazing to hear. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates as always. Let me thank some people real quick. Terrence, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. For bro, I didn't get a refund the usual. No tax on overtime. Yeah, it's also like a deduction. It's a deduction off your taxable income. Seriously, so it's like it's definitely something that it would have been good, but like not like something that's so life changing, you know. Yes, as well as Tasty. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That they said the troops sleeping on concrete was DC under Trump between January 6th and the inauguration in 2021. That's so brutal. That is diabolical. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much for the appreciation on PayPal. Thank you very much. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Nikki, thank you so much for the $2. Jay Flynn, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Carolyn, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually have never looked into that. I'll have to make sure to check into later. Jesse, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Alrighty, let's go into the next individual. By the way, I was meaning to say something, everyone. Just wanted to let everyone know that Dean, Harry, Chris, and I had a conversation privately. And Dean and I apologized about specifically how public everything was with our falling out and how we should have addressed things that we had issues with in terms of his behavior privately. And we could have fully addressed it in that context. And I think that we had a really productive conversation where we were able to like go through kind of our emotions, frustrations, misunderstandings. And I think that like the communication kind of led to us having a better understanding of each other's understandings. We're not like friends or 100% close right now where like everything was, but It is a good and productive conversation to have, and I think it was much needed for sure, and definitely in the doing to do. I just wanted to keep everyone updated on that and let everyone know. That's really all it is for now. Nothing else other than that. But let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for... By the way, everyone, not April Fools. I just wanted to clarify that as well. It is April Fools today, but just want to let everyone know it's not an April Fools thing. I'm not doing April Fools today. Just want to say that, just to clarify. Not a joke or anything. I'm being totally serious. I thought about not saying that today because it was April Fools, but yeah. It was good to communicate. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Oh, no, Dean and I never had any bad relationship. It was with me and Dean, between me and Dean and Harry and Chris, just to clarify with people. Because there are people in the comment section that thought like the relationship that I had to work with there was with Dean. But yeah, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Drake May is king. Drake May is king. Drake
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates today. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 50.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Again, everyone, if you do not meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, you will get blocked, everybody, if you intentionally send a guest request. I don't want to have to block you. I actually genuinely still do hate blocking people. I have to get myself past that. It's like that, especially when people are like nice and they're just like, I like you. And I'm like, I don't want to block you. I really don't want to block you. But I feel bad like having to go through this all the time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Trump?
No doubt.
No, you don't?
I said no doubt.
Okay. If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump. I'll never vote blue in my life.
Why not?
I'm a Republican dude all the way through. I never vote for a Democrat. Never will.
But why?
Because you guys are always trying to run this country into the ground.
Okay, how so?
You guys are always trying to run it into the ground.
Okay. How so?
You want me am I gonna get muted or am I gonna have to go all the way full back? You want me to talk about Biden? You want me to talk about Obama? You want to talk about Harris? Dude, I can go all the way through.
I want you to tell me why you think Donald Trump is a better candidate than Kamala Harris, for example, or why.
Okay. Number one, he's a Christian man. He's a patriot. Number two, his economic plans was amazing. Number three, he was helping up clean up the border. Number four, he's not a Democrat.
Okay, Christian man and a patriot. Okay, so what Christian values does he uphold?
Number one, he preaches about the Bible. He created his own Bible, and he shows he does not lie in front of Americans, which is a good representation of Jesus.
Wait, hold up. You think him making his own Bible is biblical in of itself?
I didn't just say that, Parker. I also said he represents the Bible. He talks about how he loves it.
Really? He's violated every single one of the 10 Commandments, practically. Can you name me one of the 10 Commandments that Donald Trump has not violated?
No, I cannot.
Yeah, that's a bit ridiculous, isn't it?
It is a little bit ridiculous.
Are you trolling for April Fools?
No, I'm not. No, I just want to put my.
Can you name a policy of Trump's that you like?
I like no tax cuts. I like a lot of things.
No tax cuts?
Yes.
You want tax increases?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you're definitely
I
trolling.
like.
You're definitely trolling. No Trump supporter would say that.
Tax
I was
increases
gonna
are
actually a
great.
question I was gonna start asking people because technically Donald Trump is increasing their taxes by imposing tariffs. So like, would you support Trump if he wanted to still increase your taxes or did increase your taxes? They'd probably say no. Like I should try to ask them that question. Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Yo, hello. How are you?
Do you support Trump?
I used to.
Do you anymore?
But I'm switching it. Like a lot.
Or do you support Trump anymore?
Well, I'm 50-50.
Like if the
It's not
election
Trump.
happened today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Actually, I wouldn't vote for anyone at this point. Like I used to be like.
Alrighty.
Like, I think I was pulled
That's
by a-
amazing to hear. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next individual. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen.
Why are you
What's up,
talking
Haldy?
Harry's system? You also a womanizer?
Do you support Trump?
Do you support Harry's system?
Do you support Trump?
Come on, man.
Do you support
Harry's
Trump?
system, boy?
Do you support
Harry's system? Are you a womanizer?
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Blinker checkpoint, hit that pad.
Yeah, by the way, like everything I've said does not mean I think that womanizing is not bad, by the way, just to clarify. Obviously, you still think that's bad. I don't know how that would entail that. And by the way, that's a Trump supporter claiming that. That's a Trump supporter. They're just angry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, baby.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sirski.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, obviously. Come on now.
Okay. And if what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I'm not gonna answer this. I want you to tell me why I shouldn't support Donald Trump.
I got you. Okay.
All right. Yep.
Would you prefer me to say something relating to his character, something relating to his policy, or a mix of both?
Anything you want.
Anything I want? Let's
Yes,
start
sir.
with the economy. I think that Donald Trump's
Sure.
made practically every metric of the economy worse off since he's got in office. Inflation has gone up because of his war with Iran, which has caused gas prices to go up and caused inflation across the board to increase, which is why the OECD is forecasting 4.2% inflation year over year for the United States since the war with Iran has started. We also see lower real GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024, lower real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We see the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years since Donald Trump got in office after years of better growth under the Biden administration because of his tariff policy and because of his war with Iran, creating worse off conditions, not only for us to be able to reduce interest rates, to be able to stimulate investment, but also because of the fact that that has caused an increase in the cost of manufacturing in this country, which has decreased the overall level of investment into manufacturing. So those are the few things that I would point to specifically.
All right. So you voted for Biden, I'm guessing, right? When the election happened with Biden and Trump, who did you vote for?
Who? Wait, you said what? Say that one more time.
The Trump-Biden election, who did you vote for?
Biden.
So economically, what did Biden do better than Trump?
Okay. Well, I think that he did a bipartisan infrastructure bill, a Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. I think those were all better policies for the economy comparative to Donald Trump's massive tax breaks for the rich and wealthy while cutting people off their access to health care, food stamps, and basic things they need.
That's as of right now, or in Trump's first term as well.
I'm comparing since Trump got in office, right, and his
Now,
first term
right?
as well for his policy as well, because his
All
Taxes
those
and Jobs
policies
Act were mostly for the rich and wealthy, and added trillions to the debt.
So the policies you just told me were all in the first term as well.
The policies of I'm saying that there were policies that also had that effect in his first term. The TCJA, there's the big beautiful bill in what's it called in 2025 that was a bit distinct. But
And can you tell me exactly what that bill is?
the big beautiful bill,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a conglomeration of a bunch of the Republican policies where they cut people off their access to food stamps, free school lunch and breakfast, healthcare access through Medicaid, right, while simultaneously giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. And there were tax cuts applicable to income earners that were lower income. It's just a smaller portion of the bill. There were like a deduction for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. It was just a deduction from your overall income, not no tax on it overall.
Okay. So I'm an 18-year-old. Obviously, I don't have a lot of education on this. You're probably smarter than me and all this economic policy stuff. I'm just gonna say that the life I lived when I was 16. The life I lived when Trump was in office was 2016 through what? 2020?
It was 2017 through 2021.
And then Biden came in 2022.
Biden came in 2021 through 2025.
Yeah, so obviously
Or
you can't
to
really
2025, technically. Not through 2025.
Wait, so who was in office during COVID? Trump?
Both Trump and Biden. But the beginning of when it first started, Trump.
All right, so why didn't Biden get reelected? Like, why did Biden fall out of the election?
Because
And-
people attributed inflation that happened under his administration to the incumbent president instead of saying, oh, did Biden actually do anything to cause this?
Wait, say it again, sorry.
Yeah, specifically, people attributed inflation to the incumbent president, the Biden-Harris administration, regardless of whether or not that was actually legitimately applicable to them, because there was no evidence indicating Biden did this. So people just blamed him for no reason.
So they painted a picture that wasn't real, is what you're saying. They painted a picture of Joe Biden and it wasn't real, so that's why I dropped out.
Okay, so you said they painted a picture of Joe Biden that wasn't real?
Yeah, that's what you're saying. You're saying that, like, they made up false negatives that's the reason why Joe Biden dropped out himself.
No, Joe Biden dropped out because of cognitive decline and because that limited his ability to run for president of the United States.
I don't understand that. It doesn't make sense to me.
How so?
Okay, if you're running for the election, right? You're running for the election, and you believe that you are the right candidate for the job. Why are you gonna drop out and you think that someone else has a better chance than you? So, like, why the fuck are you? Why are you the president? Sorry for cussing.
Sorry, you're tapping your pen, just letting you know. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm tapping my pen.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You're like tapping your pen or you were clicking it, I think.
Oh, it might have been my volume down.
Oh, okay.
All right, so if you're the president, right, and you're running for re-election, why are you dropping out? No matter what is said, it does not matter what is said. Who gives a fuck? How many votes do you think were persuaded in Trump's way because of that picture that was painted?
You're trying to say a picture towards Biden that was painted.
Yeah, you're saying that the reason why Joe Biden dropped out because the narrative.
So you're saying how many? So are you saying how many people changed their vote against Biden because of the fact that people attributed inflation to the incumbent president?
If that's what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
How many votes would be lost?
That was the number one thing in exit polls. Was that people attributed inflation to the Biden-Harris administration, and that's why they voted Trump. That's like the number one reason in exit polls.
And that's and what source? Like, what's your source?
Look up 2024 election exit polls. What are the reasons why Trump won the election? And that is the number one listed reason.
So if I do that right now, it's going to pop up?
Yes.
Should I?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Tell me what's happening again real quick. What should I say? What are the number one reasons why
2024 election exit polls? What are the reasons Trump won the election? And by the way, I can't hear you while you're swept out of the app, just letting you know. Crazy person, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. President love, yes. I mean, he loves the people who listen to him, not the people who don't listen to him, of course. Andrew, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Andrew. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Again, Fossey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. They said, breaking news, Israel is now legalizing death penalties and execution to all Palestinians detained in their torment chamber. This is horrifying. I know, it's absolutely fucking disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
All right, so I did check it out, and I'm not sure if this source is. I mean, it's the number one link, so I'm guessing it's right. But you are right on that.
I am right? Go ahead.
So what? Yeah, on the link it says
I can't hear you when you swipe out. Sorry, man.
on Navigator. That's what the source is. So I'm not sure if that's a proven source. It's just somebody wrote an article about it. So you may be right. You may be wrong. I'm not sure. I'm not going to doubt you on it. I'm just going to say you're right. But if you're the president at the time, so the reason why he passed it off to Kamala is because he thought that, or Kamala, sorry, he thought that she had a better chance. Is that why? Is that why?
Yeah, and also, like, I think that it was very clear at that point that he wasn't able to run for president of the United States, right, in terms of the understanding of the public. The general public didn't want him to keep running on the Democratic side. All right, and they definitely preferred Harris in that position. 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee.
So, okay, and what's the reason why Kamala
You
lost?
keep tapping. I keep hearing tapping. What's the reason why Kamala lost? Because people attributed inflation to the incumbent president. They bought his lies specifically about immigration and trans people. Right, things like that. Those are the top main reasons. Also, there are a lot of people that are fucking literally misogynistic and racist, right? And didn't vote for her because she's a black woman. Like, that's just a fact. Like, people would come up on my live and be like, "Oh, I wouldn't ever vote for a woman."
Okay, but before Kamala came into office or came into the election, was Biden winning in any way? So, like, what? I don't understand that. You're saying that
most polls at around the time had Biden either at or maybe slightly above, but we had private polling, which is usually better polling, which showed him losing states, and then after that one debate where he was really bad, he was losing even more states. It was going to be a wipeout. That's the main reason why he dropped out.
So he dropped out after
everyone
it became a
around
landslide.
him. Do what? Sorry.
He dropped out after it became a landslide. He knew he was losing, so he dropped out.
Yes, and he was getting pressured from the party because they were seeing the same polling.
All right, so it doesn't make sense to me. Like, so you're saying the reason why Kamala lost is because of that, but it's not. She was doomed from the beginning. They were going to lose no matter what. It was a landslide no matter what. And you're saying because Trump lied, but tell me what he lied about. Go ahead.
So we can go to a million things that Donald Trump lied about. I got you. One, he said that people were specifically that violent terrorists were being let out of insane asylums and being let into our country, being told to go to the United States. He said that Haitian immigrants coming to the country are eating people's cats and dogs with absolutely no evidence, and that was proven wrong. I mean, I can point to a bunch of things. And also, you said landslide? That was obviously absurd, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was just going off. You said that he was losing in a. You said how bad was he losing? That's what I'm asking.
How bad was he losing? You keep tapping.
How bad was Biden losing before he dropped out?
It was likely. I would say it was likely a lot because it wasn't reflected by the polls yet.
Well, no,
because
before he dropped out, it was less. But then when
he dropped out, that's what they're asking.
And then after, then it went by a lot.
Yeah,
like he was
it was
losing
very clear.
Like New Jersey, for example, he was going to lose like very blue states because it was just like a total major wipeout.
So, still does not make sense to me. Like, you're saying that Kamala even had a chance. She didn't, though. Like, I'm confused.
She did.
She didn't.
She definitely did. But obviously,
All right, so what was
obviously there were huge limiting factors.
And tell me about those.
I just told you. I literally have been explaining this whole time.
Because Donald Trump lied. Is that what you're saying?
At this point, can you tell me why you support Trump? Maybe.
I just think he's a good leader. I don't understand
how
though? Based off his first term, what are you gonna say that he did? What was wrong in his first term? Based off his first term, not right now. Because
it is completely forget about all the crazy shit he's doing in this administration. What's he doing under his first administration? Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Did you know that? What's up?
Say it again, sorry.
He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He looked up at an eclipse with his bare eyes with protective glasses in his hands.
This is in the first term?
Yes.
By the way,
this is in his first term. He passed the TC. Yeah, I can show you the
watch
videos.
Him say it.
Do you want to see the videos?
Yes, please.
Okay. Alrighty, you called it. You asked for it.
Do the eclipse one first.
Yeah, that's actually what I was gonna do.
Okay. Also, I just want to say that you said that Trump stared in that eclipse, and that's a reason why he's a bad person.
Oh, here's actually him saying disinfectant by injections. Listen to this one first.
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute.
1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that so that you can.
I genuinely couldn't even like tell you what the fuck that means, but hold on.
Disinfectant by injection. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
What does that
everybody.
mean? What does that even mean?
So, you know what disinfectant is?
Yeah.
Like stuff that you use to clean. He's saying take the chemicals from that and inject it into your body so that it gets in your lungs and it like kills COVID. So things like bleach.
He was telling people to do that. Come on, bro.
We just listened to it. That's what he said.
He wasn't telling people to do that. He was saying, "What if we?"
He said
do
we
that?
should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19.
He wasn't telling anybody
Looking in.
to do
Wait, hold on.
it.
But wait,
looking
he
into
was-
it to do what?
Yeah, he was.
Okay, what's
disinfect
harmful
it.
about looking into it? What,
Dude,
okay, maybe
looking into Who would tell us to look into Lysol into the veins to fight COVID-19? Come on, dude,
Do you
it's viral,
think
man.
it's okay to
you don't
inject
need
bleach?
dude. Just
Yeah,
watch,
fuck-
watch, just
yo,
watch,
it's-
just watch, buddy.
Play it.
There we go. He's looking up the eclipse right now. He looks up again.
He said, "Oh, that's bright." He said, "Oh, that's bright."
Okay, this makes Donald Trump a bad president, right?
Yes, dude.
How? Explain to me how.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Yo,
Because
okay, go ahead.
because he literally has scientists and professionals around him that are telling him to wear the protective glasses and that it can hurt your eyesight. Like literally, you can literally go blind.
Who cares? Who cares what he does? Yo, you can go outside and look at the eclipse, bro. Is it gonna make you a bad person? No. Who cares? He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Do you think that like him being dumb enough to look at an eclipse would then translate to him making bad policy because he's so fucking stupid?
Sure.
Yeah, also bad
Tell me
example
the
for
fact-
kids,
tell me
dude. That is like Patrick Star level of intelligence. I'm sorry,
No, wait,
that's
hold on.
ridiculous.
Tell me how. Yo, did it affect him in any way?
Probably.
Is
Like,
this
I'm not-
is
yeah.
this the Krusty Krab?
No.
No. This is Patrick.
No,
How old
this
is
is
Donald Trump?
Patrick.
How old is Donald Trump?
70s. Oh well, now he's like
So-
81, I think, or 80.
So he's about an 80-year-old, and he can still see perfectly fine. Obviously, that didn't affect him in any way.
How do we know he can still see perfectly fine? He might have like.
Is he?
like, something.
He walks better than the president that you voted for.
I mean, he's literally fell on the steps multiple times. He's been falling asleep recently. I mean,
He has
the
to
president
look
of the
at the
United
eclipse.
States is not in his best situations, I would say.
So if you
But
look at
dude,
the eclipse,
I mean,
right?
dude, the things I told you, he looked up at the eclipse twice with his bare eyes. He
How
literally
does that
said
make him a bad president? I don't
because it
understand
makes
that.
him insane. Yes,
That's-
it makes him insane.
Yo, it's a horrible argument to argue. It's just retarded.
Don't use that. Oh, now I have to kick you as well because it's TikTok TOS, and you shouldn't be saying that, bro.
Well, now I understand why he couldn't connect the dots.
Yeah, he's ridiculous. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Parker, don't kick.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump,
What's your birth year?
2005,
And what month?
April.
Okay. And let me thank some people, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second, everyone. Marcus, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's from Marcus in the comment section right now for the $50?
W
Thank you so much. Okay, let's go on the next individual. Marcus, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. That is so kind of you. Thank you very much. W's for Marcus in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. We have some more people to thank. Do you just give me a quick second, everyone? Let's get this next person up here first, though. Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, no, I was just trying to hit the like thing and whatnot. Sorry, man.
Oh, you're good. Justina, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Justina in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Justina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I definitely won't. I don't ban anyone for accidentally sending guest requests because it's very easy to accidentally send a request. So I always make sure to clarify that. W's for Justina in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Some people to thank over on YouTube, but let's make sure to go on to the next person real quick. You are not Phil, are you? This is fake Phil. Fake Phil. I knew it was a fake Phil. Wait, did you see the "We Are Phil" song we played yesterday? You were there.
Yeah, I was there. I was like,
well, I meant like when I was originally doing it.
Yeah, the one.
Like
yeah,
the one that got him to run away.
Yeah. I was in the comments.
We are Phil. We are Phil. Let's go on the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, Parker Cedric, man, I got them haircuts for free.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to request.
Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's get this next individual up here. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get some people up here.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Oh my god. I timed out this person that was spamming in my comment section earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And they're spamming the same thing that they were spamming earlier.
Bruh.
So I'm just going to literally... Oh, 24 hours. Because I turned them off for 30 minutes. Now you got 24 hours. Good luck, buddy. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election out today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for? Oh, they just left. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next individual up here. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. For Tony, who said, Parker, you contribute nothing to society. How about you accept that invite that I just sent to you and you join the stream? Let's debate. Don't be scared. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody.
Yo.
How old are you? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump 2028.
Okay. Why do you support Trump? Okay.
Why?
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Let me remind everyone, if you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I will block you if you intentionally sent a guest request. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next individual up here. Alrighty. Why is no one wanting to debate today? Because MAGA is actually genuinely scared to debate because they know that they're wrong. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do you just give us a quick second, everyone? Miguel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Just came from Fish Girls Live. Apparently, her mom is Jill. Or Jill is her grandma. Not real. Fake news. Fake news. What is this fake news? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Jonna, by the way, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I did hear that he attended a Supreme Court hearing on the birthright citizenship, and then he left. You're
It
disgusting.
did not go well.
Yeah, he literally ran away. And they said the first president in history to attend a Supreme Court hearing like it was some sort of intimidation. Yeah, he was really angry and left early. Asm, thank you so much for the push the corgi. Thank you very much. It clearly didn't work. He threw a little tantrum and left. He also he also might leave NATO. He's brought up possibly doing that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm old, man.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
You do? Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Between who?
Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
You're kidding.
No.
Can you imagine Kamala Harris as a president?
Yeah, it sounds so amazing, right?
Yeah, it sounds.
Yeah, it's amazing, all right.
Yeah.
Come
so
on.
why do you support Trump?
Because he's doing such a great job with the country, putting us on the right track. He's trying to end terrorism in the Middle East. Think about that, son. That's pretty good work. Who else could do that? Look at everything he's done. Just in.
I see it every day when I look at the gas prices.
Yeah, that also you say he's trying to end terrorism. So then why is he
worried
fighting?
about gas prices when Biden was president?
Yes, but that wasn't
For 4
because
years
of.
you had elevated gas prices under that fella, and he was. You know anything
Sir,
about Biden? He's
I
the
respond?
most racist political leader.
Can I
we
respond,
have
and then you can try to make your
ever.
point there. So
Okay.
you said
Go
gas
ahead. I'm
prices.
sorry.
Gas prices under Biden's administration were not caused by Biden. Under Trump's administration, they have been caused by Trump.
Oh, who caused it?
Yeah, Trump caused it because he started the war with Iran, leading to them
No,
closing
who
the Strait of
caused it when
Hormuz.
Biden? Hey, so what? It's like a month. You know what? I will
Do you want
pay
me to tell you what happened under Biden's
$10 a gallon
administration?
for gas. I would pay $10 a gallon for gas to get rid of Iran's. What do you say?
You want $10 gas?
Periodical-
$10
Huh?
gas. Can you name one metric of the economy that got better off?
What do you say?
Can you name one
What do you
metric
say?
of the economy that's got better off since Trump got in office? Because you just said you're willing to give up $10 a gas for them to take out Iran, which, by the way, there's no evidence that they're even going to be able to take out Iran.
The terrorist regime in Iran. Yes, I would pay
Okay.
$10 a gallon. Do you
Okay,
know
so-
what that? You don't even know the gravity of that situation that's going on over there, and what they've done in 60 days or 30 days, whatever they've done. They've completely taken Iran and just toasted them.
They have not. But
So,
okay.
so do you think that?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah. So, do you think that Trump setting up the agreement to pull out of Afghanistan was justified?
What now? What did Trump do? Oh,
Trump under his first term set up the agreement to leave Afghanistan, which led to the Taliban taking over. How do you feel about that?
Well, he when he made that agreement, it was time to do that. You have to end it at some point. But then things started changing, and Biden, he was getting out of Afghanistan, and nothing was going to stop him. All his advisors, all of Biden's advisors tried to tell him not to exit Afghanistan like he did, and he didn't listen to one of them. And those 13 people over there got killed for no reason at all.
So
And then
what way should he have
nobody
changed?
even
Because they gave
talks about
them
the 200 Afghans that got killed at
I have a
Abu
question.
Ghraib.
What way did
Yeah.
Biden fuck up specifically?
He disregarded every advisor he had, and plus every advisor that the Republicans have, because they had to. You couldn't go ahead with that plan to exit Afghanistan like that at that time.
That was
And he
Trump's
just-
deal. That was Trump's deal that set
No,
it
it
up to
was
leave.
not Trump's deal.
It
He
was.
was getting out of Afghanistan, but everybody changed their mind by that time, and Biden didn't. He was going to get out, and
so
he
let
thought
me-
that was a great thing.
So let me clarify. You understand?
It wouldn't have been that bad, but look what happened.
You understand that Biden extended it to be able to give them more time to leave, and so if Trump didn't want Biden to be left to deal with it in terms of leaving, why did he leave it up to Biden?
Because Biden was president.
No, but he could have done. He could have left under his administration when he was president, because he set up the agreement when he was president.
Just the timing of everything wasn't there for it to happen then. But it was going to happen. But it shouldn't have happened. Even when Biden did it, it shouldn't have happened like that. They should have kept that air base open with the prison. But people he just let prisoners go loose in in Afghanistan and gave them that base.
That's what Trump
did.
That was Trump. That was Trump that set up that agreement to give 5,000 members of the Taliban back to the Taliban. That was Trump.
Yeah, not release the whole prisons like they did.
That is literally what they said to do. That's what Trump set up the agreement to do. So
Yeah,
you're mad at Trump.
They were going to let those prisoners go as we exited.
So by the way, just to
plan
clarify,
should
he
have
wants
changed,
regime
and it
change.
didn't.
He wants regime change, but whenever Trump doesn't do it, he's okay with it. But then he literally also tries to blame Biden for doing it because he said that Trump would have somehow been against it after originally
Regime
signing
change
the
where?
agreement to do so.
Regime change where?
You specifically want that in Iran, right? You want regime change?
Do I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely do. I definitely do.
Okay.
They had regime change in 1979.
So do you want specifically to do boots on the ground?
Man, I would rather not. But how the hell if I was running the country, I would put boots on the ground and go do it. Yeah, but
there you go.
they're
So
not gonna do
I have a
that.
question. Would you
Yeah.
enlist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why don't you?
I'm 75.
Okay. So
Yes.
that's the only reason why you're not enlisting. Otherwise, you would enlist?
Absolutely. I already did enlist.
Oh, okay. So you think that we should be on the ground, boots on the ground. Do you think that we should have stayed boots on the ground in Afghanistan?
I don't really know. I'm not qualified to answer that, but they had plenty of boots on the ground in Afghanistan. That's for a long time.
Yeah, but we should have got rid of that, right? Like we shouldn't stay there forever.
No, you should never stay there forever. Why
So
would
then,
you?
so then the point then
Unless
would
they
be.
invited you.
So then the point then would be is that we shouldn't be doing that with Iran, right? We're setting up another forever war. That's what we're doing in the Middle East. This isn't bettering the conditions. A military intervention on behalf of the U.S. is not better the conditions in the Middle East.
Slow down, Hoss. Slow down. That's not what we're doing. What we're trying to do is keep Iran from the bottom line is Iran can't have a nuclear weapon.
I
They were so
understand that
close
you
to
think
a
that.
nuclear weapon.
Not true.
And if they got that
Do you
shit,
think we were under imminent threat of nuclear, imminent nuclear threat from Iran?
what? Yeah, absolutely.
So you're just wrong.
They had when
Tulsi
and they may come up with one tomorrow.
Tulsi Gabbard testified in front of Congress, right, and literally talked about how they have not been. There's no U.S. intelligence indicating that they've been building up their enrichment of uranium since the original strike 8 months ago. So there's absolutely not. There's absolutely not.
And then they came out after that. They came out and said,
I just muted you. Okay, so there was absolutely not an imminent nuclear threat on behalf of Iran, right, towards the U.S. Plus, in the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, they said that they'd be willing to give up their enriched uranium, just weren't willing to give up their ballistic missile program. So it's actually about the ballistic missiles, not about the enriched uranium for nuclear weapons anymore. You can unmute yourself. Click the microphone in the bottom right. NM, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for the paycheck for attending No King. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the George Soros DNC money. Thank you very much. Kim, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? They should be. As well as Jenny, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Jenny. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them. And Miguel, thank you so much for the $5 again. Thank you. Hey, you have to unmute your mic. Click the microphone in the bottom right, Tom.
Yeah. Oh, hey, yeah, but let me ask you: do you support terrorism? And
No.
do you support the fact that that regime killed 40,000 of their own people?
No, I don't support that.
You're protesting? Should we do that here?
No, I don't support that. Now, do you support the war with Iraq?
Iraq. That one I wasn't 1,000% behind it, but Saddam Hussein was another one of them guys.
Yeah, so
You can't-
so then what you're not understanding is that based upon your reasoning, you do support the war with Iraq.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I would have to say I do, yeah, because, Saddam was a bad guy.
Okay, so
And why wouldn't he let inspectors come in? And why do they got to stand up and say, I'm not going to let inspectors into my country when he's a bad guy like that? If he would have just let inspectors in, they wouldn't have gone in after him.
so now it's all about inspectors. So why don't we do that with Iran?
Iran's not going to let him in either.
They did. Under the JCPOA, they actually had that. And you want to know what Donald Trump said about this?
No. What did he say?
Take a listen to this. This is a really interesting one. You're going to really enjoy this clip.
Okay, I'll love it. I'm
Our
listening.
president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
Who's that?
That was Trump.
That didn't sound like that. Wasn't Trump. Not what I heard. I heard somebody talking about Trump.
What?
Yeah, I heard
Sounds exactly like him.
Listen again. Listen again,
Okay.
bro.
But I heard
Our
somebody
president-
saying,
Listen.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's
Oh, I see.
ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
who is he talking about?
Obama in 2011. Who got negotiation done with through the JCPOA and actually got that and didn't have to start a war with Iran, whereas Trump, he didn't get the
Yeah, I was
negotiation
gonna say,
done and
Obama-
actually did
Obama
go to war
was
with Iran. So apparently
Obama was
Trump in
buy
2011
him with,
thinks Trump in 2026 is weak and ineffective.
Yeah, he is.
2026 Trump is weak and ineffective?
Thank you, Tom, for agreeing.
How can you say he's weak and ineffective?
Wait, because
You
Trump in
disagreed.
2011 said that and you disagreed.
No, he was talking about Obama, and you were saying that.
Wait,
so Trump was weak
wait.
and
Obama
ineffective
had the
now.
JCPOA. He got the negotiation.
Yeah. When you apply the statement that Trump made during that year to him now, he's calling himself weak and like not effective.
That's what you're
That's
saying.
why.
Trump is weak and ineffective now. That's what you're saying.
We played the clip to show you that 2011 Trump is calling
Right.
2026 Trump weak and ineffective.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
he's not weak and ineffective.
By Trump's own logic, he is.
Well,
Trump's
just
calling
because
himself
wait. You're saying he's weak and ineffective because he's starting a war with Iran?
Yeah.
Iran?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. I don't see it that way at all.
Yeah, because he couldn't get a negotiation done. That's what 2011 Trump thinks.
Oh, well, it's not 2011 anymore. Things change,
Oh.
don't
Okay.
they? Oh, they don't?
Okay,
Don't
so
you-
what he thinks was weak and effective in
So
2011.
wait a second. Again, you support Iran? Is that what you're telling me? You support killing 40,000 people? I haven't even heard you talk about that. You don't condemn that?
I do condemn that. Why are you
Condemn
dishonest
the
and acting
fuck out
like
of that.
Why are you dishonest and acting like I support the IRGC? Because I don't think the U.S. should engage in military intervention in the Middle East and engage in forever wars.
I'm
That is
doing that
incredibly
because that's what
dishonest.
you're doing
That is
to me.
that is
That's all.
incredibly
I'm just-
dishonest.
I'm just
That is
doing
that
what
is
you're
incredibly
doing.
that is. I have a question.
Yeah, you did exactly
Can I ask you?
that.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think we should go to war with Russia?
With Russia? Why would you do that?
Do you
Why?
support Putin? Do you support Putin?
Don't be stupid.
Do you support Putin, don't you? You support all the actions that they're engaging in. You support Russia. You support Putin. How dare you support Putin in Russia? How dare you? That is horrible for this country. You're supporting Putin in Russia.
But I
Ah!
don't support Hitler. And you look like Hitler, man. You could be Adolf.
Have you ever seen a fucking picture
What?
of Hitler?
You could be. Look at yourself in the mirror. When you were screaming, you looked like him. I don't know.
That is the dumbest
think
thing I've
so?
ever seen or
Oh,
ever
no,
heard.
come
Sorry,
on.
like Jesus
Oh, I'm
Christ, man.
sorry.
Seen and heard. You saw it and you heard
Okay.
it.
Well, so
Jeez, man.
why are you not even addressing the fact that these Iranians killed 40,000 of their own people?
Have I not addressed the fact that I disagree?
Yeah,
I think that's horrible. I think that's atrocious. I disagree with the IRGC. I condemn the IRGC. I just don't think we should go to war with them. Now, you just said we shouldn't go to war with Russia. Does that mean you condone Russia? Does that mean you condone
No, I said
Putin?
why.
Does that mean why aren't you
That's
addressing
why
Russia?
you would-
Why aren't you addressing what they're doing? Huh?
Why?
Huh? Why aren't you addressing Russia, huh?
I asked you why.
I'm asking you why.
Give me a reason.
I'm asking you why.
Oh, jeez.
Do you support Russia? Why aren't you talking about Putin? Do you support Russia? You don't want to go to war with Russia, therefore you support Russia.
Yeah. You say that like it's a bad thing.
You support Russia?
Yeah. Unless.
Oh my God.
You say it like it's a
Fuck,
bad
dude.
thing.
I didn't even know he was going to consider. Why would you say that? You support Russia. Why do you support Russia?
To get you to shut up, and you did.
Okay,
Thank
come on.
God.
Can you actually engage the points then? Jesus
Okay,
fuck, dude.
yeah, I will, but don't be. You're the one that's acting stupid.
No, that's
Making
you.
fake
That's
scream-
you, buddy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's
Listen,
you, buddy.
I've been watching you.
Hey, Justina, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. What is the origin of the Phil anthem? It is Who Made That Come to Life. I don't remember who made that come to life, but it was like we brought it up on stream like one time because the original stuff with Phil. I'm pretty sure you're not asking the original Phil story though, but it was just originally that. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $5 for Please Get Mad Again. It's my favorite. Russia! You support Russia! Sorry.
And you're telling me that I'm not talking about the points, and then you do this for 10 minutes. I don't get
DK, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So why doesn't Israel allow for inspectors to examine its nuclear arsenal? And why isn't the caller upset that it hasn't joined the IAEA like others are expected to?
Excuse me?
Yeah, how do you feel about Israel not joining the IAEA like other countries are expected to, so that inspectors can examine their nuclear arsenal?
Examine. I don't think that the Israelis trust anybody, and they're not going to. They're just not going to join into anything that has going to have people inspecting their stuff that they don't trust. And I'm sure if we wanted to send inspectors over there to look at Israelis' nuclear stuff, they wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yes, they do.
There's
They
a lot
haven't
of
joined the IAEA. We just said that.
I don't know what the IADA is.
IAEA.
The International Association of what?
The International Atomic Energy Agency.
Okay. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. I apologize for
It's in the name.
No big deal.
But okay.
But and
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Absolutely.
Such
On
as?
January 7th, 2021, I was never going to vote for Trump again.
Okay, so why do you support him now?
Well, because what happened after that, the way they did the trial, and they never even got to any question. They just tried to bury the guy, and it was disgusting kind of what happened. But then they were more disgusting in their, and I always said, if you wanted to prosecute Hitler, you're going to have to read him his rights. You know what I mean? You got to treat him like every other criminal that you treat. You can't treat him different just because you hate him.
Now he's advocating for due process rights while supporting Trump, who actively advocates against due process rights. Interesting. So Trump did get his due process. Trump just literally wasn't even put in criminal court yet.
I don't know that he's advocating for against due process, but even if he
don't want to have to mute
still got to give him his due process.
Yeah, I understand. And he was convicted.
You can't pull bullshit in the court.
Hey, Tom, we didn't. We didn't. He was convicted of 34 felonies.
Oh, my God. They made this bullshit up.
No,
man.
they didn't. He was convicted of 34
The
felonies.
prosecutors that went after him, it was a political hit job. That's
No,
all
he
it
was convicted.
How can you support
So, by
shit
the way,
like that?
Tom, even when
Listen,
he's
if he did something wrong, prosecute him, but don't make
he
shit up.
did. He was
No, he
convicted.
didn't.
You don't
Oh,
accept the
come on,
conviction.
man. If you can put any goddamn
Where's that
judge
mustache?
you want that's going to
You
convict
can't.
him, and they
That's
don't
not how it
even
works.
listen to the, they'll convict
Where's that
him
mustache?
before they even listen
Hey, Tom.
to the trial.
Tom, you have TDS.
What?
Trump devotion syndrome. Trump devotion syndrome. No matter what he does, you'll support him. No matter what is said bad about him, you'll support him no matter what.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
But if it makes you feel better, say that. Go
So
ahead.
then give me a specific
Not
thing that
true.
so give me a specific thing that Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him then.
I don't know what it, give me an example and I'll tell you. But I don't know.
Okay. If he
That's here for
specifically,
everything.
if he
No?
called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to not follow unlawful orders, would you still vote for him?
Yeah, absolutely. 'Cause
Oh, okay.
Wait a second.
If
you
he,
don't.
if
Wait
he
a
went up
second.
to, if he
Before
went
you
up
go
to your
any farther,
10-year-old daughter and he said you
you
date
know
her,
what?
go ahead.
Wait a second. I was going to explain that, but you won't let me.
Go ahead.
He says so much crazy shit. You haven't learned after 10 years that you can't listen. You can listen to the shit he says, but it's all bullshit. And he says it just to get you off on point.
Wait, hold
And
on.
it
Do you
works.
think? Hold on, Tom. Let's be serious for a
can
second.
what-
Do you
what?
think
Go
it's actually okay for the president of the United States, who has control over the Justice Department, who has the power to move markets, that it's okay for him to say that to members of the opposite party who are soldiers who have fought in wars, that it's okay to unalive them because they disagree and they say don't follow unlawful orders? You're saying that the president, the highest office in the land, the like absolute pinnacle of our government, it's totally okay for them to say that because maybe he's bullshitting. I mean, I'm sorry, but like, where is your line about like what can be said? Like, if he said like, "Oh, I'm gonna nuke England," oh, that's just Trump being Trump, right? No, I mean like, be serious here.
Well, the reason that I say that and that I feel that way is because of all of the media that's over and it's over, like it took probably 30, 40, 50 years in this country for the media to be so much of it to be taken over by and don't give me that because it's true. You know it's true. Well, maybe you don't if you haven't been alive long enough to watch it happen.
I don't know what point you're making. Like,
There
what
was a
point
time
are
that
you
when-
making?
There's that they and I'm sorry that I stumbled, but I'm old.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to understand your point about media. Like, yes, media is bad. I don't know how that relates to what I said.
Okay, so, but what you're saying is that the terrible things that Trump is going around saying about people, and they're really it's really borderline on a lot of that shit, and I don't love it. I'll tell you that, but he's sparring. He's actually saying that, and I think he measures what he's saying and against who he's saying it, and it's against the media and these people that have been doing just terrible things to him, like you're talking about 34 felonies. He's been
So long-winded.
most of that
It's
bullshit.
unbelievable. I'm
What's
sorry.
that?
I'm sorry. Like,
Go ahead.
I want to have a direct conversation. I feel like your answers are really long-winded right now.
Yeah,
and we're
'cause
trying.
I know it. I'm sorry.
I don't mean to be rude. I just want to
No,
just tell you specifically.
you're right. You're right about that.
Okay, so I mean, like, I guess the point we're trying to get to here is like, are there things that Donald Trump specifically did, right, or has done that you think are reasons specifically to say that like he would be someone you shouldn't support? And
Yes,
the point
yes,
that we're
there is.
we're,
You
we're
know what?
pointing
There
to
is some.
is
If
that
he was driving home one night with his pregnant girlfriend in the car with him, and he missed the bridge and drove off, and he left her under there drowned and went home and didn't call the police or nothing, I wouldn't vote for him anymore. But
How
the
does that relate
Democrats
to-
voted for Ted
How
Kennedy
does
for
that?
the
Yes,
next
I said, how does that
50
relate to
fucking
Ted
years.
Kennedy at all? Ted Kennedy has been dead for like 15 fucking years. How does that relate to Ted
Because
Kennedy?
after he did that, the Democrats still voted for him for 50
I did
years.
not vote for Ted Kennedy. Couldn't vote. Parker did not vote for Kennedy. We're
No,
talking about us
but
right
everybody
now.
else did. What I'm saying is,
respectfully,
okay, slow down.
I'm not
slow
gonna
down.
lie. I have no
know what I'm
fucking
trying
clue
to-
who that is.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is people
Matt,
do
I actually
bad
have genuinely no clue who this is.
Ted Kennedy, a famous
tell
senator of the Kennedy family. He had a pregnant girlfriend, and he was driving, and I think he was drunk, and he drove over a bridge. He got out. He left the girlfriend in. She died, and it was a huge
that's
scandal.
horrible.
It was a huge thing. Yes, it was terrible, and it was.
They elected him senator for the next 50 years after that.
You can't elect someone senator for 50 years. That's not how it works.
Well, okay, I'm exaggerating. It was 48 years.
He was reelected for like
Long
multiple
time.
times and served like a very long time. He served for like 40 years, so that's why.
Yeah. So I guess the point that I want to get back to is that then would you say that Donald Trump has engaged in behavior that you think is disqualifying? Like, for example, with the fact that he has literally called for the execution of some Democrats, with the fact that he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, with the fact that he's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. Matt, you just got a flag.
Oh, all right. I will leave. I think
Alrighty, appreciate you, man.
I'm happy to let the law take its course
For
on all
mental
of that.
health? What?
I don't. What?
Matt got a violation for mental health. What? What? It literally says reason mental health. What?
I don't know what that means. I missed that.
That's diabolical. Mental health. That is what?
What did somebody write something that I missed?
They said this conversation is too much. Matt, you shouldn't have to deal with this anymore. This is absurd. Don't put yourself through this anymore. You got to take a break for your mental health, Matt. That's what it is. Because it's crazy, the conversations we're having today, I think.
Ay. Well, if you got me on, I guarantee you're crazy. I mean, I was so scared to even hit a button and talk to you. Because I don't do stuff like this, man. Because I'm old. But I do enjoy talking to you.
Okay, but like, Tom, based upon the things that I said, are those disqualifiers on behalf of what Trump did? I feel like they should be. If you think what Ted Kennedy did was disqualifying, then you should also think what Trump's done is disqualifying.
It's true. But he's never left somebody dead under a bridge. And what I'm saying is, but when he runs his mouth, that, there's only so much damage running your mouth really does. It's not like leaving a dead person under a bridge.
I mean, he's literally raped a woman. He's literally drone striked people around the world.
Wait a second. That woman that he got convicted of he's supposed to have raped her 50 years ago.
Yeah,
Come
Eugene
on,
Carroll.
man. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
Well, he absolutely did do that.
For actually raping a woman.
Yes, he did.
That was bullshit.
No, it wasn't. Name one piece of evidence. Bullshit. Name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute.
That woman, she was completely she was a total jerk of a witness.
Can you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Where did this trial take place? Huh?
Name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute.
I don't know. You can't ask me that and expect an answer.
Can. Why? Because you don't know anything?
Every bit of it. Every bit of it.
Well, I can't ask you that. I can't ask you that. Watch this chat. I can't ask him that and expect an answer because he's a Trump supporter who has clearly done no research in the case and literally victim blames E. Jean Carroll without even knowing anything about her case. You are denying what E. Jean Carroll. You are denying literally E. Jean Carroll coming out about Donald Trump, no matter what specifically she said, because you'll defend Trump no matter what. This is why I said you have TDS, Trump devotion syndrome.
Okay.
You will not stop supporting Trump no matter what.
When they brought those charges, did they have to change any laws so they could go after Trump with those charges?
No. So specifically, listen. So specifically,
you're talking about statute of limitations.
I am explaining that right now. I'm explaining that right now. If you stop screaming into the mic, please. So,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the statute of limitations on civil courts changed before this, but it wasn't changed for specifically just E. Jean Carroll.
Oh my God.
Thousands of other victims were able to try.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, dude,
are you kidding me?
Tom,
it wasn't changed.
I just muted you again, Tom. Please be quiet while I'm speaking. I'm trying to explain this to you, Tom. Okay, listen very, very, very clearly. Okay, this was not changed simply just for E. Jean Carroll. There were thousands of other people that were able to hold their abusers accountable because of the change in the statute of limitations for civil courts. That's it. It's not specifically just for E. Jean Carroll.
I'd also like that on here that even if it was, I wouldn't care. Right?
Exactly.
You know, like, I think that extraordinary scenarios care for extraordinary reactions. And if preventing a rapist from becoming president means that we have to change the law to allow the victim to pursue due process and litigation against that person, then I'm on board with it, man.
Well, I'd be on board with it if it wasn't for a case that was like 50 years old, and every bit of evidence
It's
that
not
you use
50 years old.
is totally. Why are you interrupting me? If every bit of evidence is questionable, I mean, it's hard enough for me to think. That's why I'm screaming and yelling. Don't interrupt me, because my brain doesn't work that good. Wait till you turn 75. You're gonna love it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So the point I was making is it's not 50 years, and even if it was, that doesn't change the reality of the case. So what you're just trying to do is you're trying to dispute
How many
the case.
years was it? How many years was it?
You're trying to dispute the case without even looking to it. This happened 1985 to 1996. This happened about 30 years ago.
Well, we'll look at somebody look up the exact case, and because I think it was closer to 50 than 30.
Nope, I promise you that
And I don't know why you would. And okay, if it was 30, why would you even say that? That's 30 years, man.
That's the exact year. And
Why would
I
they
say
have
that?
to go back
Why would I
30
say that?
years?
Because I'm representing the facts. You asked me
Okay,
not to
but-
cut you off,
okay.
so please don't cut me off. Because you're
I'm
now
sorry.
not allowing me to be able to fully explain
You're
these
right.
things. Okay? So what you have to understand is that Donald Trump not being held liable right after it happened doesn't mean that he didn't do it, especially when he's actively himself admitted to grabbing women's vagina without asking, right? He's actively admitted to doing that. That's sexual assault.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay.
Also, like another thing is
Okay.
that we kind of go
You know
that
what?
far back in
None
time.
of it. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We go that far back in time, like all of the time, to pursue litigation against like serious crimes. You know,
Oh,
like
yeah.
there'll be cold
I
cases.
know. It
that
happens
sit
to me
from-
all the time, too.
There'll be cold cases
Oh,
that
man,
sit from
don't
like
just say stuff like that.
from like the 60s that get closed in like 2026. Okay, and the reason that we do that is because we as a society and we as people, moral people, can acknowledge that some crimes are just too insidious to ever let go of, and there should be accountability for those crimes, regardless if it happened, regardless if that accountability came the same day the crime occurred or 50 years later. Like this is exactly why I still think the lady who falsely reported Emmett Till should get thrown in jail, even though she's like literally on her deathbed. Or, for instance, that the Nazis who were able to evade accountability through the trials following the end of World War II should like still be sentenced to death if they were like engaging in the genocide of the Holocaust, even if they're gonna like die from natural causes tomorrow, right? And I'd argue here that like the same thing would extend to rape. Okay, rape is a serious crime, and for that, accountability should come regardless of how long after it occurs. And something else I'll point out here is, yes, rape is harder to prove when it happened 30 years ago compared to if it happened today. Just like all crimes, they get harder to prove the longer that we wait to prosecute them. If anything, this gives more validity to E. Jean Carroll's court case because it was harder to prove due to how long ago it occurred, yet she still proved it to an anonymous jury of 9.
Also, think about it this way. Why would she, if she lied about the whole case, why would she have told her friends about this decades ago, waited for decades, and then tried to hold them accountable just to make money from it? That makes literally zero sense. She's had this story over multiple decades. There are people that she told that specifically verified that they were told this story back then. So it's a consistent story over multiple decades. That demonstrates that clearly she's not lying about it because she's literally been saying this for decades prior to him running for president of the United States.
Well, again, all I can tell you is and it's not just me that feels this way, but if you're going to bring charges against somebody that's as high up in the political realm of politics as a president, you have to come with something that's a little more than that case had. But yet they came anyway. And I know, you say, well, you don't want a rapist for a president. Well, you know what? Bring a rock solid case. Don't bring one where you got to rely on, testimony that's so old. And, oh, yeah, she did tell me about that. People don't believe that. They don't really believe that kind of testimony.
Well, an
It's not
entire
rock
unanimous
solid
decision of
testimony.
9 people
It's all
did.
made up bullshit.
Wait, I'm
And
sorry,
you can't-
but the whole jury
Excuse
did.
me?
The whole
Excuse
jury
me?
did. You say
So
people don't believe this. The whole jury did. You guys just didn't even look into the case.
yeah,
You guys aren't
a
willing to
jury,
believe
a
her because
jury.
of simply your victim
If
blaming.
you
Not because you are willing
interrupted
to
me
look
like
at the facts of the
you keep
case,
yelling
but
at me
because you
for
guys are
not
victim
interrupting
blaming.
you. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I interrupted you after you interrupted me, didn't
I
I? That was
apologize.
very rude of me, wasn't it?
I didn't even say
I
anything.
apologize to you. But again, you don't come after somebody like Donald Trump with that weak a case. You just don't, son. You come with the goods. Come with the real goods. Don't come with some shitty ass case like that, because half the country is going to be pissed off. And look at us now. And that's why people will say, like the Democrats, they're the party of division and hate, because they come up with this kind of bullshit. We know you hate Donald Trump. We see it every day. You got ABC, NBC, CBS that'll back you up on it every night, and every other. And there's like one news station, Fox News, that is soft on the Republican Party, and they want to get rid of that.
Also, by the way, the one news
There's
station,
one news
the one
platform.
news station that
Yeah.
legally recategorized themselves as an entertainment agency compared to a news outlet, and argued in court the reason why they should not have to pay $1 billion for lying about the 2020 election is because clearly nobody would take what they were saying seriously. They told you that you shouldn't take what they say seriously.
Yeah, I know. I saw all that. But like you said, again, they're in court.
Hey, Dean, no reasonable person would take them seriously, but that's the only
Yeah.
person you should take seriously because they are a little bit nicer to Trump. Also, plus,
Right.
we didn't come up with these cases against Trump.
Well,
These are things that he's done and he should be held accountable for. I mean, he literally engaged in this behavior, and the entire unanimous decision of all 9 people in the jury indicated that he did this. So you say it's not believable. Well, it is
Again.
believable for the people specifically who were listening to the case, the facts of the case. The people who didn't believe her
Every
are
single
people.
one of them
Listen,
was
listen,
a
please
dyed-in-the-wool
listen,
Democrat,
please listen.
weren't they?
Wow, you just got
Every
angry that I cut you off, and now you're cutting me off. So amazing.
Because you cut me off, I don't have any reason not to cut you off, do I?
Okay. Do you want me to do that to you the whole time?
Well, you have been.
I'll do it even more. I stopped, though.
I'd like to see it change, but it hasn't.
You're the one doing it right now, genius.
We're both doing it to each other, fool.
You're doing it to me. I
We're
stopped.
doing it to each other, fool.
I stopped, fool.
Okay, fool. We're doing it to each other. We're even calling each other fool. God,
Yeah,
stop,
because you're
man.
crashing.
I
You're
thought you'd
crashing out on
catch
my
on.
stream.
I thought you'd catch on after about the 5th time I said we're doing it to each other. Come on, man. You're smarter than that.
Okay, I could say the same thing about you, but I probably wouldn't because I don't know if you are smarter than that.
Well, don't get personal because that just shows you lost the argument.
Well, you didn't. You just do that. You just called me a fool.
Well, I called myself a fool too, didn't I?
Well, you'd be right about that one.
We called each other a fool.
Well, at least I was right when I said it.
Didn't call you stupid.
Well,
be nice.
Well, how about you stop supporting Trump then?
Hey, why would that? Why is that? Just because you hate him?
Well, because he's a
You didn't
rapist.
stop supporting
I'm sorry.
Obama or
I'm sorry.
Biden.
Right now,
I
you are
didn't-
quite literally defending him being a rapist. I just want to let you know.
No, I'm not.
You are
I'm
literally
saying
trying
that
to
I'm
blame
saying that
Eugene
you
Carroll.
took him-
Okay,
I'm saying
I'm just
that
going to mute you.
You took him to court.
I'm going to mute you. Okay. So, quite literally, right, he was held liable for forcibly penetrating Eugene Carroll's vagina against her will. You don't accept the jury determination. You said that no one believes her. Well, I'm saying the people like you that don't believe her are people that blame victims for not coming out right away and won't believe victims no matter what if the person specifically that is accusing them or that they are accusing, right, is someone that you have a cult-like support for, like Trump. Literally, anyone could come out with literally the most amount of evidence possible and you still wouldn't accept it against Trump. There is a dress with DNA on it where Donald Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA to prove that he wasn't the scene of the crime. He chose not to do that. She claimed that there was his DNA on the dress when there was unidentified male DNA on the dress that was determined to be true, that there was actually unidentified male DNA there. And yet Donald Trump didn't give up his DNA to prove that he wasn't at the scene of the crime, right? Which clearly, if he never met her, like he claimed he never met her, would have been the reasonable thing to do in that circumstance because you care about your reputation running for president of the United States, and you obviously don't want to give up tens of millions of dollars. Any reasonable circumstance, Any reasonable person in that circumstance would rather give up their DNA to a civil court to prove their innocence than fucking literally be destroyed in terms of their reputation while they're trying to run for president of the United States and also having to pay tens of millions of dollars. That's fucking ridiculous, okay? It is very obvious that Donald Trump did this with all the prior actions he's engaged in, with him bragging about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, with him bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. Donald Trump has a history of engaging in behavior like this. And you'll sit there and say that E. Jean Carroll is lying just because you have TDS, Trump devotion syndrome, and you won't stop supporting Trump no matter what. You can unmute your mic. I sent you an invite. Hello?
Yeah.
Do you have a response?
Yeah. You don't come after a man like Donald Trump with a weak ass case like that. And you can make it sound any way you want. But the bottom line was it was all bullshit.
Okay. So you're just saying it's bullshit. What was weak about the case?
What?
What was weak about the case?
Well, yeah, every bit of evidence that was brought there.
Name one piece of evidence that you dispute.
I just told you everything.
Name one specific piece of evidence that you dispute.
Everything.
That's not a specific piece of evidence.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
So you don't have a specific piece of evidence. You're just
don't
trying to
need
bullshit and be a rape apologist. That's what you're doing right
None
now.
of
You're
it- none of it-
engaging in rape apology. This is disgusting.
Okay.
It is. It seriously
No,
is, Tom.
that-
You're disputing
that's
it with
a-
no reason. You have nothing about the case that you dispute. You said you dispute everything about the case, but you can't mention a single thing. Not a single thing. Like, actually,
No, I
Tom.
told you. I've been saying stuff for 25 minutes.
No,
Are
you
kidding
haven't.
me?
What pieces of evidence
I'm
of
not
the
gonna
case do you
repeat it all.
dispute?
Every
Just name
bit
one.
of it.
Name one
Name
specific
something
point.
that I don't dispute.
Name one specific point.
That she wasn't lying. Everything she said was a lie. Her friends
So,
were
you see what I
lying.
mean? You just say that she's lying. Can name one thing that you can actually prove she lied
They
about?
shouldn't even allowed that evidence.
Name one thing
A
you can
normal-
prove.
A normal
Sir,
court.
sir, name one thing you can
a
prove
normal
she lied
court
about.
Would not have allowed that evidence. I'm losing
Sir,
my voice.
sir, name a
Yes.
single. Sorry, Siri came up. Name name. Oh fuck, I couldn't even remember what I just said. Can you
I know it. I have that all the time.
can you respond to what I just said? Did you
What'd
hear
you
it
say?
at all?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just play it back because I literally hear it
say?
at all. Because I literally the case that you dispute. You said you dispute everything about the case, but you can't mention a single thing. Not a single thing. Like actually,
No, I
Tom.
told you. I've been saying stuff for 25 minutes.
No,
Are
you haven't.
kidding me?
What pieces of evidence
I'm
of
not
the
gonna
case you
repeat it all.
dispute?
Every
name
bit
one.
of it.
Name one
Name
specific
something
point.
that I don't dispute.
Name one specific point.
That she wasn't lying. Everything she said was a lie. Her friends
So,
were
you see
lying.
what I mean? You just say that she's lying. Can name one thing that you can actually prove she lied
They
about?
shouldn't even allowed that evidence.
Name one thing
A
you can
normal-
prove.
A normal
Sir,
court.
sir, name one thing. Yeah, just answer that. Name one thing you can prove she lied about.
Oh, I'm looking. Never mind. I'm just going to try to explain something. But, listen, when you're going to, again, she couldn't even remember what store she was in, or
She
what I
did.
mean.
Bergdorf
when
Goodman.
this trial started going on, there was.
Hey, dude, you're wrong. Bergdorf Goodman.
Oh, okay. What was it she couldn't remember? There was something she couldn't remember. Anything.
It
about.
sounds like you can't remember it right now, dumbass.
I can't. No, I can't.
Yeah, so
But-
does that mean? So that means you're wrong. That means you're lying.
No,
Actually,
no,
it means you're lying because you couldn't remember that. Because I asked you, name one thing you could prove she lied about, and all you're trying to say is you feel like she misrepresented something or something, and you can't mention anything.
Well, let me tell you something. When that case came out, there was just nobody that I know could believe that the charges were even being brought because
Oh my God.
they manipulated.
Do I need to keep
everything-
repeating the question
everything
over and
about
over
that
again?
fucking
Can you
trial
name
was-
a single
God
specific
damn it,
thing
why
she
are you-
said?
Why are you interrupting me again?
Tom, because I'm
Right,
asking
go
you a
ahead.
specific
Interrupt
question. Yeah, I'm asking you
Yeah.
a specific question, and you
No,
like
you're
literally
interrupting.
can't answer it to save your life.
No, you're interrupting me, you son of a bitch. Why are you
Yeah,
doing that?
yeah, Tom, because
And
you're a
then
stupid
telling me I can't
motherfucker that I have
answer
to.
a question.
Because you're a stupid fuck that can't answer a basic question, Tom. I'm asking you a direct question. Name a single thing that you can prove she lied about. Name one specific single thing.
I'm
Unmute
not
yourself
trying
and answer.
to liar about one specific thing. What are you talking? Why are you asking a stupid question like that, man? You're smarter than that.
Tom,
You
you're
ask
not.
this-
You are actually
you're just-
you actually can't answer this question.
You don't have a question.
I did. Can
No,
you
you
name
don't.
Can you name one specific thing that you can prove she lied about?
I don't know what she said too. What did she say? And I'll tell you if it was a lie. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, she lied when she said Donald Trump raped her.
Okay. So, but again, you have no ability to prove that.
And she has no ability to prove he did.
She did
But
in a
yet
civil
they
court.
convicted him.
She did in a civil court.
Yeah. In a civil court, they could. And where was that civil court?
In New York.
Where was it? Where was it?
I told you, New York.
Oh, deep red New York, huh? There isn't anybody that doesn't want to kill Donald Trump that lives in New York City, I don't think.
Trump's lawyers
You're
were a part
telling
of the
me
jury selection.
I'm supposed to figure out how
hate
Donald
these people.
Trump got convicted by
I hate these people.
12
Like
jurors.
these people, I genuinely, why do I have to talk to these people? You're so ridiculous, dude. Okay,
No,
Trump's
you're
lawyers,
ridiculous
Trump's
'cause
lawyers were a
you
part of the
won't
jury.
admit any of that.
Listen,
You're trying to tell me that was an unbiased jury? Come on, seriously. You look at me and tell me that was a totally unbiased jury. It was half Republicans and half Democrats.
Trump's
But they
lawyers.
said, oh, Donald Trump was a fucking rapist.
Trump's lawyers were a part of the jury selection process. Okay, so
Oh, come on.
now, can you please let me finish? Trump's lawyers being
Uh.
a part of the jury selection process means that there were likely a lot of independents, right? That they would particularly be voting or picking based
There
on,
isn't any-
because there are.
there isn't
Can you
any in New
please
York.
shut the fuck up? Genuinely, dude. Do I have to mute you every single time? Like, you're actually so annoying to talk to, Tom. Like, I'm trying to have a productive dialogue with you, and you can't answer any of my questions. You're cutting me off every single time I speak. You're not engaging with any of the points. You are, like, literally dumbass final boss. Like, actually. Like, you don't engage with any points. How are you 75 years old, and you have the maturity of a fucking 12-year-old? Like, genuinely. Like, Tom, what happened? What fucking happened? It's absurd. Okay? Are you purposely doing this to like rage bait me right now?
No, I'm just showing you that you're biased and I'm biased. But you're so biased you can't admit the stuff that's facts that I'm telling you, and you're accusing me of the same thing. I'm telling
to
you.
be fair, to be fair,
Honestly,
Tom,
wait a second.
typically,
One honest question.
one moment, Tom. Typically,
Okay.
if we want to convince somebody else of something we see as a fact, we have to be very compelling in doing so. And the way in which we could be compelling in convincing somebody else of believing something that we believe to be a fact is by providing evidence for it, right? But when you made the affirmative claim that E. Jean Carroll lied about Donald Trump raping her, and when you purported that as a fact, and then Parker asked you, well, what's the evidence for that claim? And then you said, I don't have any. Of course he's not going to believe in what you have to say. And of course that doesn't mean that he has a bias towards the left. It means that he has a bias towards reality in the way that we treat it.
Okay, let me. You guys are not biased when I say you're going to say that you don't want to tell me that jury that Donald Trump had in the rape case in New York City was a totally unbiased jury. Not that they were all just sitting there listening to that trial all day long and
So,
decided,
I won't
well,
argue.
he was guilty.
I
I
won't
would have
argue.
voted for him, but he's guilty.
I won't argue that it was a totally unbiased jury because all jurors have bias in them. The goal of jury selection is not to find people who are unbiased, but rather the goal of jury selection is to find people who could put that bias aside and just evaluate the facts of the case. Now, clearly, right, from the Trump perspective, he probably wanted his billionaire lawyers to ensure that the jury questionnaire included measures to prevent people that hate Trump or those that are on the
Okay,
left from being on the
listen,
jury.
I'm
I'm almost done, Tom. I'm almost done. Now,
I know.
in consideration of these two facts, right, we first have to consider that while Manhattan and New York City are very far left-leaning, they're like 70 or 80% left-leaning.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, not everybody is on
I
the
know.
left. When
Why can't you just say, you know what, the smart thing to say?
when we
Yeah,
have
it
9
was a
people,
biased
Tom,
jury,
I'm
but I
almost
still think
done.
he was guilty, Tom.
I'm almost done. So when we have a jury of 9 people, okay, and we know that maybe 70% of the people where that jury was selected from are on the left and 30% are on the right, this still means that the statistical plausibility is that at least one of those jurors was on the right and actually supported Trump. Now, when we would also consider, okay, the calculation methods used to weed out bias from the jurors and to find Trump supporters from Donald Trump's lawyers, I'd argue that that number would increase to anywhere from like 1 juror that's MAGA to maybe like 2 or 3 jurors that are MAGA or on the right. But regardless, all 9 jurors ruled Donald Trump's guilt. And the reason why I bring this up is because this means that it was statistically plausible, significantly more likely than not, that at least one person who supports Trump as president said that he was guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll after having all the evidence presented to them.
Okay. The only thing I'm trying to point out, and nobody, none of you guys will even say, you know what, that's true. I just was trying to say that the jury is biased because it's just the jury pool that it was selected from had to be biased. And all you had to say, yeah, so what? He's still guilty. And because of all this other stuff. But nobody, you won't even accept that one fact.
He literally
that it was
did
a
say
biased
that,
jury.
and I literally did say that. Are you genuinely that stupid that you didn't engage with anything that he said, that you didn't even fucking hear him say that?
Say
he said
what?
that was like the first fucking thing that he said.
Hey, slow down there, champ. You're getting so personal. I'm not calling you a stupid fucking cocksucker, you stupid fucking cocksucker. God damn it.
You just did,
What?
and you were objectively wrong. Because
Yeah, because I'm
one, I'm
pissed
not.
off now 'cause you're
Well,
acting
buddy.
like an asshole.
Well, buddy, I'm not stupid. You are. Genuinely, I'm sorry. At this point of the conversation, it gets to a fucking point. I'm sorry, Tom. It gets to a fucking point. I can't be nice to you anymore. You don't deserve my niceness. You're not even engaging in the conversation.
You can't be nice to me any less.
Okay, Tom,
Come on,
well, cry
man.
about
You
it.
won't even. You're so biased. You won't even admit to one thing, and that I'm just pointing that out. And
We
and
did.
you-
We literally said that, Tom.
No, yeah, you said yeah. There's a chance it could have been a little bit biased.
He explicitly said every jury has bias. That's what he said. Okay?
Yeah, like the typical biases that are seen in jurors are going to be a bias against unattractive people, a bias against short people, a bias against fat people, a bias against black and brown people, a bias against women, especially when they're like testifying in corroboration of a claim being made in defense of somebody's innocence or in arguing one's guilt. A bias just generally of people that don't look like differently than you do. Okay, speak a different way. Right, like all these things are seen on juries. So. But good kick. How long have you been on, Parker?
I just hit about 4 hours.
Perfect. I was thinking about starting my stream here soon.
Alrighty, for sure, bro. Let me know when you do.
I gotta wait, bro. Check your text in like 30 seconds.
Alrighty. By the way, I have a few people to thank, by the way. Bonnie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much on PayPal. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. It hasn't been so peaceful on the live. Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I did actually hear about that, Kimberly. I'm excited to see. Ryan, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Keep your W's for Ryan in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Oh, no, dude. Not this guy, bro.
What are your thoughts? Vaguely. What are your thoughts?
What are your thoughts? Oh, bro. Oh, no. Don't do that, bro. That's horrible. Kelly, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. That's brutal, dude. Oh, no. You remember what you did back in the day?
Oh, yeah, man.
That reminds me of that one time.
Yeah, I know. I feel you.
That was really brutal. All I got to say is good luck, Chad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you guys.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, it's a pal to you.
6 7 6 7.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. By the way, the last guest got a harassment and bullying flag. Laura, thank you for the $15 for the grift, by the way. Thank you so much for the $15. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm 16 years old.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, everybody. You know who is scared to debate us, Dean?
Who?
Phil.
God, I don't know, man. I feel like I've had my fill of Phil. Right?
No, he's not in the box. He's on the box. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
I do. Hey, can you hear me okay? Or is there like background noise?
Yeah, the microphone's a little bit weird, but it's okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I think Trump. But I've been listening to you guys, and I feel, I don't know. I just there's stuff about Trump that I don't like this Epstein stuff and.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I am going to kick you. I apologize. The microphone is actually really bad. I apologize. We're probably only going to get one more person up here for right now. So that's why I do go into the next person. That's why I do. Alrighty. Let me get this next person up here. You're welcome to come up at a different time without the background noise, just letting you know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Finally, 45.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
You have a little bit of feedback echoes here. We can fix that?
Yeah, hold on really quick. All right, what about now? Better?
Yeah. Have I debated you before?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Have I debated you before?
Hold on. I apologize. My Bluetooth is switching over.
I've debated him before.
Let me fix that really quick.
How long
Give me
ago
about 2
did
seconds.
I actually remember exactly the last time I debated
Do I
him.
sound better now?
It was right after Trump called for the execution of the Dems in Congress. I think I actually talked to him the day he did that. And I blew up on this guy. Fucking blew up on him because of that.
Well, you also called me a breath of fresh air once too, so there's that.
Yeah, I remember that too. So I remember like having one conversation with you a long time ago where you were like actually one of the more reasonable Trump supporters I debated. But then the second time I talked to you, you were one of the more unreasonable Trump supporters I've debated.
It wasn't even that though. It was just the fact that, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It was basically the fact that we were discussing the tweet or the truth, I guess is what you call it, since that's all he uses now. And I was just basically saying that as far as, nuance and context is concerned, historically, Trump says a lot of or tweets or truths, a bunch of ridiculous things. And I just can't take every single thing that he tweets or truths seriously. And you took issue with that.
Yeah, because you have to take this seriously. You have to take the president of the United States saying he wants to execute people seriously. If you don't, well, then we're going to be in a situation where something like that could happen, right? And it's going to be more normalized and it's more likely to happen. So
I hope
that's
it would
an
never
issue.
happen.
Yeah, but like
Yeah, I
you're
hope that
normalizing
would
it to a greater extent when you support it.
Yeah, well, I don't support that though. I said he puts
You
his foot in
support
his mouth
Trump in
quite a bit,
despite
and I
of
think
it.
it's ridiculous. Yeah, well, there are certain elements of Trump that I support, and there are certain elements that I do not. I mean, the biggest thing for me specifically is I try anyway to allow for nuance in our conversation, so we can at least have amicable conversation and also progressive conversation where we can hopefully walk away not hating each other, because I think that's one of the biggest problems we have in our country currently, as far as the polarizing elements of politics in general.
What annoys me about your perspective the most is that you say that and then support Trump in despite of the fact that he literally called for the execution of some Democrats. So you act like you care about unity, but then you support the very people that undermine our unity to the highest possible extent.
Yeah, and I get where that would be an issue, or you could take issue with that for sure. But again, like I said, it's I think for me, from an ideological perspective, and also just looking at it from a, I guess, more so macro level versus a micro level, is I don't care who the leader of our country is, regardless of if I like them or not. They're still the leader of my country. Therefore, it's just to be in my personal opinion, to be a patriot, you still have to respect the leader of your country, regardless of if you like him or not.
Okay, so you say you have to support your leader no matter what. We're not just talking about support in that context. We're saying, like, would you vote for him over Kamala Harris? So, like, I'm asking you, why would you vote for him over Kamala Harris still to this day, given that specifically he has called for the execution of some Democrats because he's very, very much so undermined people's unity then?
Yeah, and I don't agree with that truth at all. I think that was uncalled for, and it was very irresponsible for him to do. But again, I think that based off of just past tense, if I had to vote again, which is typically the premise of your debate when you ask individuals that come up, you ask them if they would vote again for Kamala or for
with
Trump.
The information
I
you have
still
right
would
now.
vote for Trump.
But why?
Yeah, I mean, based off of ideological perspectives and views, there were more things that I agreed with, specifically being promulgated from the Republican Party than the Democrat Party at the time, and that's where I lie. Like, and that might annoy you because then you probably look at it and like, well, this guy's just a fair weather individual, and he votes based on whatever he's aligned with at that time. But that's true. Like, I'm very transparent about that. Like, if the Republican Party was promoting certain, religious or core value ideological views that I disagreed with, I wouldn't vote Republican. Like, that's just the way it is.
Okay, so like for example, if it was Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies versus Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Kamala, of course.
Okay, so it gets to a point where the character is so bad that you're willing to stop supporting them.
Right, but that's based on the premise of what
Trump
we know about
met that
Jeffrey
point?
Epstein. Right, but that's based on, again, the premise of me knowing about the criminal history and the past of Epstein versus, and I know where you're going with this. You're like, well, look at Trump, 34 felony counts, essay with E. Jean Carroll. I look at that and I say, you know what, he's a flawed individual. He's a very misguided in his past. He's done a lot of things that have been extremely shady. But look, if we're going to base things off of that metric, then we could say, for example, no offense, Dean, but we could say Dean's a bad guy because of things that he's said and done in his past. But he's changed, right? So he's changed. So why doesn't Trump have the same grace and mercy that you would give to someone like Dean?
Because I think that there are certain things that you can do that are so bad insofar as that they disqualify you from that.
Well,
right? Like
using racial discriminatory words like the N-bomb, Dean said that before. That's pretty bad. I mean,
I think that you can acknowledge. I think that you can acknowledge
evil.
that you've engaged in bad behavior relating to racism, right? Apologize before it, specifically advocate against it, and get other people and educate other people to do that same thing as well, to advocate against that. And I think that that's specifically something that can lead you to not being racist anymore, right? Because you can take accountability for that. I don't think that if you rape someone, you can come back from that. Like, do you understand the distinction?
Right. I think if from your perspective, and I'm assuming you're not Christian, if I'm correct. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong here.
Not Christian.
Okay. Yeah. So look at it from a perspective of, I look at it because I am Christian, that we all have the ability to change. We all have the ability to be redeemed.
Okay, so
based
would you
off
say
of
that about
grace
Jeffrey
and mercy.
Epstein then? So then why wouldn't you vote for Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies over Kamala Harris if you think that he's repented?
Yeah, so if Jeffrey Epstein were currently with us today and he repented, let's just say he was in prison, he repented, he was saved. As a Christian, I would have to forgive him.
Would you vote for him over Kamala Harris?
I still wouldn't like him, but I would have to forgive him.
Would you vote for him over Kamala Harris if he had Donald Trump's policies?
No, I still wouldn't, because that's a bias. That's a personal bias.
Okay, so then why won't you say that same thing with Trump when he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, when he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, when he bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, when he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there were four girls who said he was 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in?
So the Howard Stern conversation where he was talking about changing rooms specifically, he wasn't dressing rooms. He didn't say he actually walked into the dressing rooms.
Oh, you watched the Cam Higby video? So they described exactly what a dressing room is, and the victims associated with this who talked about the fact that Donald Trump did this, talked about how it was in a dressing room when this would happen. So, I mean, I don't know why you deny all of that.
I'm not denying. I'm just saying that, based off the context, that's really important. A lot of people say that he said specifically that he went into dressing rooms, and he never did.
He described him walking into the changing
he described
rooms.
it, sure.
Like, for example, okay, can you describe...
He's also on Howard Stern.
Can you describe a women's changing room for me, please, without saying women's changing room?
I mean, sure, just a dressing room.
No, explain to me a women's dressing room, women's changing room, without specifically saying those words.
I mean, I could go into a female store, let's just say, like, I don't know, express for women, and that's a women's changing room. Yet I can go into express for men, that's a men's changing room. I mean, you do have specifics. Then you could go into a Hollister and Abercrombie.
Can you describe to me what a dressing room is, a women's dressing room is, without using the terms?
Yeah, if you're going into like I said, an Abercrombie and Fitch or an American Eagle.
No, I'm not asking for an example. I'm asking for like a definition.
Oh no, not. I couldn't give you an actual definition. Then no.
Like a definition, you can't give me like the general characteristics that are applicable. Like,
Is
it a place where no men are, right? Is it a place where women are changing and naked?
Yeah, it would be applicable if, like, for example, in a women's only pageant, then yes, I see your point. I'm not going to argue that. I conceded that.
Okay, so that is a dressing room because they're describing what a dressing room is.
Right. But my argument to that, or debate on that again, or rebuttal, I should say, would be, what show was he on? He was on Howard Stern. Who did Howard Stern constantly have on back in the 90s and, early 90s, late 80s? He constantly had on what? Porn stars? I mean, you're looking at it from a perspective or at least I'm trying to, from context. Donald Trump, I'm sure, knowingly went into the Howard Stern conversation knowing that Howard Stern was very crude and rude, and he had porn stars on all the time. So of course he was going to make joker. And I'm not agreeing. I'm not saying it was right. I'm just saying, but he was probably making locker room conversation because he thought it was the funny or cool thing to do. I mean, look, if you look at Donald Trump's just his temperament from history. Over
Dude, we're
time.
talking about him bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without consent, where 2 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls who's against 15 years old in these changing rooms. I'm sorry. Yeah. You can't just say, oh, this is locker room talk. I'm sorry. This is something that is literally him admitting to sexual exploitation. Okay? If you do that within the locker rooms that you're in, that is you guys. That doesn't happen where I've been. And even so, if that were to happen in those areas, that doesn't justify doing that.
But he didn't say that he was specifically in there looking at young undressed women and just, I don't know.
He specifically said that he said that they're not wearing clothes on. He said that there's no men around. He said that he gets away with it.
Okay. Well, I guess, I'll concede that one then, because I can't really rebuttal it based off of your metrics.
Okay, so, but like, you understand that it is a changing room. So given that those things are all true about Trump, why do you still support Trump, even though he's admitted to engaging in sexual exploitation, even though he's literally said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, even though he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, even though he's credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate?
Well, then I would have to reiterate what I said earlier, where I said there are certain elements of Trump that I support, there are certain elements that I do not support.
Okay, but like, you're willing to support him in despite of the fact that these things are true. That's the point I'm making.
Policies, yes. Not the individual.
So do you see how, like, I could ask you the question, would you vote for Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies over Kamala Harris? And you'd have to say Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies if you're willing to say that you completely overlook character. Otherwise, you do take into consideration character, and there can be disqualifying actions that someone can engage in that would get you to support Kamala Harris in this scenario.
Yeah, based off of that metric, yes. I agree.
So then what could Trump do that would be disqualifying to you?
I mean, currently, now that he's, president and he's front and center, if information came out specifically condemning him and not just hearsay, not just hypotheticals or theories, but actual concrete evidence supported the fact that he was complicit with Jeffrey, I would probably write them there. So, like,
if there was a victim who came out that got a settlement with the Epstein estate that accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump, would you accept that to be true?
I would have to see the evidence.
Okay, so like, what evidence would you accept then?
Something that would bear the burden of proof before court.
Yeah, I'm asking what piece of, so before any court, so civil court?
Hey, Parker, I'm gonna go ahead and hop on live.
Alrighty, for sure, man.
All right, see ya.
I'll see you soon.
Yeah, so I think based off of civil versus federal, no, I don't know. I mean, it depends on the situation. It depends on, again, the burden, like the actual evidence that was presented, and if it was enough to, again, qualify for the burden of proof presenting the evidence.
In the civil court, it was. So Donald Trump was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. The entire decision of all 9 people in a jury indicated that to be true.
Yeah, and Judge Kaplan at the time was extremely biased, and also they tried to have a jury change, and they did change the jury, but then even with the new jury, there were still individuals that were extremely biased against Trump based off of their social media accounts. So, yeah,
Wait,
sure.
what social
Let's
media
just
accounts?
look
You
at it
don't know any.
Go
You
ahead.
don't know the names of any of the people. How do you know their social media accounts were liberal?
Of the jurors?
Yeah, you don't know the names of any of the jurors.
Because that came out publicly in
No, it didn't.
in multiple citations. There's multiple
Where?
news. Let's see. It came out from, if I remember correctly, Wall Street Journal, Forbes.
Okay, give me a title.
I don't have a computer.
I'm serious.
On that.
Go ahead and
You're
swipe
gonna
up
beat me
and
on that.
go up and swipe out and look at that because I don't think that's true at all.
Okay, hold on. Can you just give me
I'll
a second?
give you time. Absolutely.
All right.
Anna, thank you so much, by the way, for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Anna. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Peyton, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Peyton. Can we get some W's for Peyton in the comment section right now? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I'll have to look into that. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Peyton. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We're going to finish the conversation here, and then we're going to send everyone over to Dean All, and I will make sure to post all my YouTube videos for today. If you like my content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. For the 6,700 people here on TikTok, follow me if you haven't already. I'd go live every single day. If you like my content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. If you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Helps push it out to more people, so I get to 2,000 likes. And if you're on YouTube, also make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. It's absolutely free to do so. I'm going to be posting stuff, and then I'll probably be going and joining Dean.
Politico had one article out. Hold on really quick. Let me get the title.
What's the title? Yeah.
I think it was Trump lawyer rejected claim that jurors' political affiliation signified bias. And it goes into a little bit of context there where it talks about social media accounts. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that was
Trump lawyer rejected claim that jurors' political affiliation did what?
Oh, hold on. I apologize.
I clicked on it. Affiliation signified bias. Okay. Donald Trump spent hours since he was found liable for sexual abuse, assailing the judge and jurors who presided over the case, calling them "quote unquote" partisan, and saying they should be "quote unquote" ashamed of themselves. But newly unsealed court filings indicate that Trump's attorney was making a sharply different argument behind the scenes in order to dissuade the judge from ejecting a juror who listened to a podcaster, Tim Pool, a far-right pro-Trump commentator. So, by the way, this is a person who is a podcaster who listened to Tim Pool. A juror's political affiliation is not grounds for dismissal, even in the cases. So it wasn't even a liberal. It was specifically someone who listened to Tim Pool.
Okay. I thought there were other references, but I don't have, again, my computer in front of me, so it's kind of difficult to try to even find references while I'm on a phone mobily. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's one thing that I did actually kind of want to touch base on from the previous conversation with your dad, and I'm just saying that jokingly, obviously, because he called you son, Tom, when you were speaking about the JCPOA.
Yeah, what about it?
So one of the issues, at least from my observation, was that it is considered to be partially flawed, was because it did set limitations based on how restrictive the nuclear capabilities were as far as like our actual inspection of their sites. And then also it limited the sunset clauses where essentially it was like, I think 10 or 15 years to where after that they could pretty much do whatever they wanted. And so I think some of the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You just got to extend the deal. That's it.
Right. But I can also see it from a perspective of like why people would have looked at that and said, well, there are flaws there. Like there's reason to critique it. And you know, regardless of whether or not Trump agreed with it or not, I mean, I do think that some of that was justified.
I don't see what you mean. I'm confused.
So as far as like a lot of people are against the essentially turning over or tearing up of the JCPOA because they think that, you know.
But like I think the JCPOA specifically is something that we could have extended beyond that point if we never pulled out of the agreement in the first place. The only reason we weren't able to bring that back is because Trump pulled us out of that agreement.
Okay. Parker, I apologize. I literally have to start my car and go. I've got an appointment that I've got to make, but
okay.
I would love to continue the conversation maybe tomorrow.
Alrighty.
Thanks, man. I apologize. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate you.
Bye.
Yeah, Dean's live is absolutely atrocious, everyone. It's absolutely atrocious. That's all I got to say. Absolutely atrocious. That's all I've got to say. Alrighty, everyone. I'm going to get off for today, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. I love everyone. I will see everyone later. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I'm about to post my YouTube videos, everyone. Just letting y'all know. And I probably will join Dean after a little bit. All right. I love y'all. I'll see y'all later.